it or whatever. So please, everybody, chat room, I want you to tell me what exactly are some of your thoughts. So what exactly is your opinion and what are your expectations relative to this particular course? Please go ahead in the chat room, please. What tea? Brilliant. They doing? Nah, okay. Okay. So where is my chat room? Yes, show my chart. So everybody, please, nobody's answering me. Please, please. I want to hear from everybody. Sadiq, Francis, Fadike, Emmanuel, Lola, Wolasi, Nafisat, everybody. I want to hear what exactly are your expectations from this particular session? Do you have any expectation? I want to read from people in the chat room, please, very quickly. Let's do this. Okay. Shanti Paul says global networking. Okay, not bad. Great, great, great. Shanti Paul says global. We expect global networking, and definitely there will be a lot of opportunities for all of us to network. It will be very much dependent on how much we all contribute. So just like now, I'm asking everybody for their expectations. Mrs. Falako is here, Edith is here, and many others. So I'm asking people for their expectations. So I'm expecting a lot of people to speak, please. Aha, Fadike, thank you very much. Nafisa, thank you. No, Fadike says it will help me gain the knowledge I need to make a positive impact in my workplace, home environment, and community. Absolutely, I do agree with you, Fadike, and that's brilliant. So thank you very much for that. As it is, what about others? Can I hear? Okay, Mrs. Falakodi is saying that enhanced knowledge and new views. Absolutely, I agree with you, man. That I mean, we should get that out of this particular session, hopefully, as it is. So, who else? Okay. Nafisat from Office of Sustainable Development Goals. It's great to have you here, Nafisat. Thank you. Thank you. It's great to have you here. And then Edith says to have a better understanding of global sustainability. Absolutely. This matters to all of us, and we're all stakeholders here as it is. So yes, Nafisat is also from the Office of Sustainable Development Goals. Brilliant. Good, good, good. Thank you. Can I hear from others? Can I? Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Mm, good, good, good. All right. Okay. So we're going to use the chat room a lot today. Lola says to acquire knowledge to grow the business and remain relevant. Absolutely. So we're going to use the chat room a lot today. So I'm going to plead with everybody to please have your chat room active. We're going to be doing a lot of chatting because that's the best way for me to be able to go through the course very quickly and to also be able to um, hear from everybody. So we're going to use the chat room a lot. Thank you for that, Lola. Francis says, what role can I play with the relation to SDG? I mean, that makes a lot of sense, and that's good. That's very good. Okay, so the other thing I want people to do, at least I'll give the people who are here at the very beginning that opportunities. Please introduce yourself in the chat room. I have 2 introductions already. So just your yes, just what you do and who you work with, work for, as the case may be. So Nafisat says she works with Nafisat works with Office of Sustainable Development. Um, Sadiq says he's is some SDG advocate. Great, so it's good. It's great to have you here, Sadiq. Your SDG advocate. So that's extremely good. Um, as it is. Who else is here? Well, everybody, please, quickly. Yes. Okay. To understand how global sustainability works and how and where you fit in. Great, John. That's brilliant. Walasi says seeking in-depth knowledge and real life experiences relating to sustainable development. Good. I also have Sadatan here. Good, environment and water resources. So thank you very much for being here, Sadatan. As it is. Good. Introductions, everybody. Quickly. I want introductions. I want introductions from everybody. I want introductions from everybody. Quickly, everybody. I want introductions from everybody. Everybody. Thank you very much, Olushola, Office of Development, Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much. You're important to us, and we're glad that you've been able to take the time to be here today. Okay. Who else is here? Who else is here? Who else is here? Um. Hey. Hey, good. Fadike is here, University of Texas, as a researcher. Brilliant. That is good. That's excellent. It's great to have you here, Fadike. Who else is here? I'll take introductions from everybody for another 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will get on with the course in itself. I'm going to try to do the impossible to try to finish it within like a 3-4 hour period. So I hope you have a notebook with you. I hope you have, apart from having a notebook with you, you have a pen so that you can write. So that will be very important that you have a notebook with you and that you also have a pen so you can write as it is as we go ahead. And we all have an exam that we need to pass today. So we're going to do the exam immediately after the course. The exam is only going to be open for like an hour after the course. Anybody that does not do it within an hour after the course, they will not be able to do it any longer. So we've normally the pass mark is meant to be 80%, but we're making it 70% today. So you're going to do it. It's about 50 questions. They're going to give you 1 hour thereabouts to do it. Would expect that everybody will do it immediately after the course in itself. I have some of my colleagues here that have worked very hard to put this whole meeting together. I have Maureen here. I have Uyinko here. I have Olaoluwa as one of the researchers that works directly with me. He even still sent me something this morning showing the ministries or the MDAs in Ghana that are in charge that are meant to be in charge or in charge of each of the goals in itself. So he sent that to me this morning, and I haven't even included it in there because I told him that we have a lot of people who are also here from Ghana. I have loads of friends and colleagues and all sorts that are here from Ghana. So that I also wanted a decent representation of of the ministry, so that it's not just the Nigerian ministries and agencies that are there. I mean, I've been working in Ghana for about 13, 14 years. So I literally have family in Ghana, so to speak. So my colleague Olalu has had to put something together saying that, well, in Ghana, there are also different, should I say, ministries and agencies that are meant to be in charge of driving the sustainable development goals. And I also have Esther here. who works directly with me, and she's done a lot in putting this course content together. So this whole thing is a team effort, and I'm grateful to all of them for the great work that they have done. So please, everybody, let me go in the and just let me say an initial thank you to them. If at the end of the course you still like everything that we have done, then you will now say much bigger thank you, much bigger thank you to them. But yeah, thank you guys for the great work that you have done in putting this event and the course together. I also believe I have Muiwa here. Muiwa runs Training Heights, and this is also a Training Heights initiative, and all the others, and of course Bukala also. So good. I think I've taken enough introduction. So once again, thank you very much. And I think we already have a decent representation of people on the call as we speak. So that's great. If you go online, everybody, so let's see, maybe some of you will end up becoming SDG consultants and things like that. So everybody go online and just put something as SDG consultant or SDG. Yeah. So there's so much opportunity around this line of work. There is no bank. Caleb, thank you very much for being here. It's great to see you after such a while. So happy new year to you. So it's great once again to have everybody here. So you can see this line of work is big, right? So there's no portion of our work, of this work, that is not relevant. It's relevant from a country perspective. That's number one. As the country, whether you're in Nigeria, you're in Ghana, or you're in Kenya, wherever it is that you are, this is very important. It's extremely important that every organization needs to contribute to the SDG goals. I mean, every organization, it doesn't matter how big or how small your organization is, you should be contributing to the sustainable development goals. You should be contributing one way or the other. So one key thing everybody needs to take out of this room today is that each of our organizations should be contributing to sustainable development goals. There should be no organization that should not play a part when it comes to these sustainable development goals. And I mean none. And I mean no organization should not be a part of sustainable development goals. So all of you should go back, especially the people who are from private institutions. All of you should go back to your offices, to your organizations, and say to them that in this organization, how are we contributing to SDG? That is a question all of you need to take back to your offices. You all need to go back and say, in this organization, how are we contributing to SDG? Because you need to be contributing to SDG one way or the other as an organization in itself. So that's one key thing, right? So you should go back and ask, right? What exactly are we doing? Of course, majority of it, or the foundation, let me not say majority of this whole SDG, is meant to be tied to the government. The government has a major, the foundational role when it comes to SDG. And so we're going to definitely take a decent look at the role of government, what government is doing, what government should be doing relative to this SDG. The good thing is that on this call, we have representatives from different places. So some people that are on this call are from one government institution or the other. Some people are from private sector. Once again, there is no, so for example, in a place like Nigeria, and I believe it's the same thing in Ghana, there is no institution that does not have somebody who is driving sustainable development goals in there. So there's no bank. I can tell you for that, I can tell you that for free. Everybody is doing so, everybody is thinking, planning, and doing something with regards to sustainable development goals, especially in the banking sector. So in all the financial sector that we have, they are all doing one thing or the other relative to this. So there's a huge opportunity for you and I, but this is not just a career type thing. This is beyond just career. This in itself is also speaking about national development, because you and I need to contribute to this one way or the other. If we don't do this and we don't get this right as a country or as a people, we're going to have challenges. This Africa, that especially we in Africa, we and our own challenges are way more than as significant challenges as it is. If we all don't find one way or the other to contribute to this entire SDG, there will be a challenge. There will be a big challenge in the future, especially for the generations to come. So that is the key, should I say, driver for this whole thing. The good thing is that I've got people who are from the SDG office in Lagos, the SDG offices in Abuja, who are all here or have representatives on this call. So once again, I welcome all of you. It's our pleasure to have you in here. We have a series of courses. We will talk about them. So we have what we call the certified executive for SDG. We also have something for associate and something for practitioner under SDG, and these courses are also under what we call 17021. So they're 17024. 17024. So these courses, they are not just courses that we've created under the bed. These courses and the exams are also under accreditation. So they're not just things that we have fashioned out ourselves, they are also under accreditation. So it's our champions course. It's a paid course, but we intentionally decided, because this is the first time we're running it. We've been working on it since last year, but because this is the first time we are running it, we decided to make it free. It is actually a paid course for Training Heights in itself. Because of it, it's cost us a lot to be able to do this. But from time to time, we decided that we were going to run this for free. And since it's the first time, it's the maiden edition of this course, we've decided that we'll just make it free for everybody. So we have got many courses, but this is the champions. We have associate, we also have professional, and we have what we call the experts. So it's about 5 courses within the Certified Sustainable Development Goals courses that were put together. And it's Training Heights is the training organization, and A4S, we do a lot of work on the consulting side, and that's why you can see that it's a collaboration between these two organizations. So once again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for taking out of your time to be here. I'm sure you've seen some of these flyers. I think I look better in the picture than in person. Well, I hope you're not significantly disappointed for the people who don't know me. But yes, so I work for both Training Heights and A4S. I'm the managing partner for A4S, and I'm the lead trainer in Training Heights. And I do a lot of ISO work. I've worked for at least 20 something years, about 23 years of my lifetime, and I've worked in all sorts of things with different people in different locations. I'm certain that I've worked with about over 1,000 different clients in different places over the last 23 years, to be very precise, as it is. So it's my pleasure to be here. Over the last 2 years, I've been doing a lot of writing and a lot of research with a university, and well, so we can put the link on academia with some of the papers I've written, working with some of my colleagues, Olalu and others, where we've been doing research and trying to, should I say, to champion a different course or drive a different in terms of national development and African development. So we're talking about the development of our 2 countries, primarily in my view, Nigeria and Ghana, the development of those 2 countries, and Africa as a whole. So I've been doing a lot of research. Olaoluwa, please put the academia link in the chat room so people can save the link. They can go look at some of the papers we've written and that we've published. And once again, it's just great to have everybody here as it is. So I wouldn't say I have all the expertise in the world. When it comes to sustainable development goals, and I'm glad that we have a decent representation on the call, because different people on this call also have a lot of their own expertise, their own experience. But because I've been doing a lot of writing, doing a lot of research, I've also been I'm also a researcher in one of the universities, in Leeds University, around public administration. So this is a line of work that I'm also very much involved with. And once again, it's my pleasure to have everybody here. Okay, good. So every public, I think every institution in the country, every MDA, every public institution, government institution, SDG is a full course that needs to be taught. Anybody who is doing masters in public administration or doing any kind of work or schooling that kind of ties to public administration, I think everybody needs to be part of this. I did a class. I did a training recently. Edith can put the link in the chat room for the public administration course that I did about some 2 Saturdays ago. It was just like a primer into public administration. And because in my research around this whole SDG piece, I've seen that, over the last 3 years, to be precise, over the last 3 years, so from COVID, yes, actually, so from COVID, and we're already in 2024, yes. So from the work that I've been doing, the research work that we've been doing over that period, the government has a lot of responsibility. In fact, one of the things we've included in here is something that shows that for every SDG, there are certain government institutions. Okay, can you hear me mute that person, please? There's a lot of noise coming from somewhere, right? For every SDG, there are 4, 5, 6, 7 state and national ministries and parastatals and entities like that have the responsibility to ensure that these things are done properly. And I mean, for each of the 17 goals, there are entities who have a mandate to ensure that these things happen. So in a sense, all the SDGs, we should have a national plan that says that, for us to achieve this, put the names of the entities who are in charge of it, put their names there, because each SDG, there is a national, states, regional entity that owns the responsibility, the primary responsibility, and the foundational responsibility to ensure that these things happen. So I think all government institutions, and Nigeria at the federal level has maybe about almost 700, and I think in Ghana too, maybe about 500 institutions at the national level that own responsibilities towards these things. So as much as private sector institutions and individuals can support, just like what we are doing right now, we're contributing to SDG number 4. As much as private institutions and individuals can support, the primary responsibility for the achievement of SDG in itself, it belongs to the government. Remember, I said primary. The ones that belong to private institutions will be secondary, and the ones that belong to you and I as individuals will be tertiary. Primary, secondary, tertiary. Primary responsibility is the government. It's public institutions. Secondary responsibility will be the private sector, and tertiary will be what you and I can do as individuals. I'm not here really in the capacity of an individual. I'm here in the capacity of Training Heights and A4S. So it's on behalf of those organizations that I'm here, so to speak. And I think each of us, we should think about SDG and where we can come in. But I think this is a conversation we need to take to public institutions. The next version that I'm going to do is only going to be for public institutions, because every public institution, those 600 and something in Nigeria and about 500 also in Ghana that are national ministries and directorates and parastatals and agencies, are the owners of the responsibility of the ensuring that the foundation for this has been put in place. So that's number one. And the other reason why I put these here is because, I see a lot of, I know that in private sector in this modern day, everybody's thinking about ESG, and the ESG is a big thing because as organizations, it's compulsory. Now even the stock exchange is requesting for it. Um, the company registration, corporate affairs in each country, they're requesting for this. ESG has also come as part of your financial reporting in itself. So everybody knows that. So that's why we also have some representation from ESG institutions here on this call. I also know that some organizations are doing a lot of CSR, and that happens a lot. So I know that a lot of organizations are also doing corporate social responsibility, and that's critical. And of course, all sorts of sustainability type practitioners. So the ESG is great because at least you can look at it in terms of your own organization. But eventually, you really have to still understand this whole thing from an SDG perspective. You've got to know how your ESG, and everybody should write that down. How does your ESG align and contribute? How does your ESG align and contribute towards SDG? Your private sector, your organizational ESG, how does it align to SDG? CSR, right? The CSR initiatives in your own organization, the CSR initiative, how does it align to SDG? So everybody can go away with this. I have a simple question for everybody. What are the 3 ISO standards that relate to each of these 3 areas? Everybody go to the chat room. What are the 3 ISO standards that relates to this? So environmental, if your organization wants to achieve environmental, as I said, the chat room is going to be very important. We're going to put a lot of information, a lot of links, a lot of things in the chat room. We're going to put a lot of things in the chat room. So please ensure that you active. So these, what are the 3 ISO standards, everybody? So for example, if you want to achieve everything with regards to environmental, what is the ISO standard for that? Can people go to the chat room very quickly? It's a training class. It's not I'm not a radio. It's not a one-way type thing. So I will expect feedback. So the feedback is going to be via the chat room. So everybody quickly. Tell me, for environmental, what is the ISO standard for environmental? Anybody? Before I tell you the answer, thank you very much. It's 14,000. Thank you very much. As it is, good. The next one, what is the ISO standard that allows you to achieve the social element? Anybody? Quickly. Anybody? What it is the one that allows you to achieve the social element? Anybody? Good. Thank you very much, Aja. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Yes, it's 26,000. Aha. Let me ask you the tough one. What is the one that is going to help you with regards to governance? Maureen, please put the link. Put the link for the webinar we had on governance in the chat room. What is the one that is going to help you? Aja, clap for yourself. ISO 37000. Absolutely. ISO 37000. It's that. So that means if your organization wants to achieve ESG, you should think about the combination of what? Please, somebody should write it in the chat room. ISO 14001 plus ISO 26000 plus ISO 37000. Do I say it again? If you want to achieve ESG, your organization needs to look at 3 things. Are we together? ISO 14000. Right, no, sorry, 14001. 14001 is the requirements document. 14001 plus ISO 26300. ISO 26300 plus ISO 37000. Any organization that is really thinking about SDG needs to do that. Any organization that is thinking about SDG, really, ESG, sorry, really needs to go to think about these three ISO standards. Somebody should type it in the room for me. Okay, I'll do it myself. It's 14001 plus 26000 plus 37000. Those are the three ISO standards that will help you. The first one will help you with regards to E, everything that is environmental. The second one will help your organization with everything that is social. And the third one will help your organization with regards to everything that is governance. So everybody, please go away thinking about these three things, because I know that for private institutions who are on the call, those three standards are very important to you because you're all thinking about ESG, and you should go think about those three standards. For CSR, primarily is the social elements. So ISO 26000 helps you with that. And once again, your ESG initiative as a private institution must align to SDG. Your ESG initiative, reporting, planning, execution, whatever it is you're doing from an ESG perspective as an organization must align to SDG. Let me move on very quickly. Right, good. We're here to talk about SDG, so it's great to have this here. So once again, I mean, I put it on myself after a while. You can see the banner that is behind me. Everybody, you can see the banner that is behind me. I had to learn the 17 off the top of my head. So if I was doing a physical class, at the end of this class, I would have asked everybody that you should know the exercise. One exercise is that you have to tell me the 17 of them. And I've done that for clients, and because I know the 17 off the top of my head as it is, and I have a method for learning it, and the method is in my banner. So I know them as 333, 3 5s, and then the last two. So I have a mental picture of the banner that is behind me because I have it in my office, I have it in my study, and all that, and that has helped significantly with regards to it. So we all need to know this, and this is why I said that Ghana as a country is not going to develop. I can promise you that. Ghana as a country is not going to develop if you don't achieve SDG. Nigeria as a country is not going to develop if you don't achieve SDG. Nobody is going to develop without SDG. It's just not going to happen. So this SDG is not something you're going to play with. It's not something you're going to ignore. It's not something you're going to treat with levity of any sort, because you will not, as a country, you won't get anywhere without SDG. That's a promise. Cameroon is not going to go there anywhere without the achievement of SDG. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So if you're really thinking about this, you're thinking about national development, as part of your planning and thinking for national development, you've got to understand these 17 things. The government of each country has got to take very decisive steps. The state government, the municipals, whatever naming convention we have for it, has got to take very decisive steps with regards to SDG. Poverty is a challenge. Poverty is a challenge. I told somebody, I said, for me, the roots, I have a saying. I say governance is the root of all evil. Poverty is the impact of poor governance. Did you hear that? Governance is what? Is the root of all evil. Poor governance is the root of all evil. Every country that is not doing well, that is not an advanced country, that has one thing or the other that is not, that they're not doing appropriately, the challenge there for them is poor governance. So if I was going to write SDG, right, as a person, I would have brought number 16 as number 1. I would have brought what? Number 16 as what? As number 1. Governance is the root of all evil. And within the context of governance is leadership. Governance and leadership is the root of all evil. But if I was going to pick just one word, I'll say governance is the cause and the root of all evil. And somebody should write that in the chat room. Governance and leadership is the very root and the cause of all national evil. All national challenges, every kind of challenge that you have as a nation, it is governance and leadership that is the problem. Governance and leadership is the root of all national evil. Governance and leadership, poor governance and poor leadership is the root of all national evil. Okay? Now, what you now get from poor governance and poor leadership is poverty, is hunger, it's poor health and well-being, it's poor education, it's poor gender equality, it's no clean water and poor sanitation, it's no clean energy, and every other malady that is here. The very root of everything is poor governance and poor leadership. The effect or impact, whichever of those words that you prefer, if you're designing an Excel risk document, you can use effect, you can use impact. Or consequence, whichever of those names, naming conventions you prefer. The effect, the impact, the consequence of poor governance and leadership ends up in poverty, in hunger, in health, and all that. Once again, if I use 2 countries as a case study, right? I mean, the work we're doing, the research we're doing is a 5-year research. Right now, we're just focused on 2 countries. We're still going to spread it to other countries. If you focus on just these 2, if you focus on just these 2 countries, you will find out that there is a government institution that owns the responsibility for reducing poverty. There is a government institution that owns the responsibility, their mandate by act or whatever that thing is, by law, that brought them into being, the states that they need to deal with some of these things. And that's why government institutions need to listen to these things. They need to do better. They need to take decisive steps. And you and I also need to hold them very responsible for this whole thing. There's 17 goals in here. I know the 17 off the top of my head. You're offhand, as the case may be, but you too, you need to know them. And you don't have to cram them. I know them because Olaolu and I we write there's no week that we're not writing something that is tied to this. Every week we're doing something that is tied to this. Every week of the year. So of course we know them. As it is, we recite them. Sometimes we miss some of them. Sometimes I miss 11 and 12, and I have to go back mentally and say, okay, hold on, what exactly is 11 and 12? Then I remember that there's what life beneath, under the sea, and then life on land. I remember 14 and 15, and I remember that climate precedes it in that particular area. So I know that climate, life underwater, on the sea, and on land. So yeah, I mean, there is a method to it, and that's because that's what it is that we do. So it's good that you know this. It's good that you're aware of this, and that's what it is that we're going to explore very quickly. I'm going to try to do the impossible today. I'm going to try to go through this whole thing very quickly because I know that everybody is at work and you don't have a lot of time. So if I'm rushing at some point in time, I apologize. but I'm just going to try to do this very quickly. So you should probably take a screenshot. You should have this somewhere. This thing needs to be in your mind. There's also some very useful materials. There are millions of materials online when it comes to SDG. I mean, it's a myriad of materials when it comes to this line of work. This is a good document. I think everybody needs to go to download. It's available. It's talking about Africa in the year 2063. It's a very interesting document. If you just type Agenda 2063 onto the internet, this document will come up. And it's a brilliant document. And I think every country needs to look at it. I have had to consult the document for many things as part of the work that we're doing. African Union, okay, we've had to look at what is it that is their thinking and their planning and things like that. So it's a useful document. It has a lot of, definitely has a lot of alignments to the SDG in themselves. But if you're in this line of work, this social reform and social development line of work, it's good that you look at this, and it will help you with what it is that you're doing. So let me try to step on it because of time. As I was preparing for this particular thing, I had to start to say to myself that, is it that our government institutions and our leaders, remember what I said, governance and what? Governance and leadership is the root. Somebody please type it into the chat room for me. Poor governance and poor leadership is the root and the cause of all national evil. Poor governance and poor leadership is the root or the cause of all national evil. Every type of evil. So I started looking at the manifesto. I went to pick our present president in Nigeria. I picked his manifesto, and I saw that his manifesto covered a lot of things already. And his manifesto is the promise that he made. It covered a lot of things already: economy, agriculture, power, oil and gas, transportation, education. And I remember that I had to use this document as part of referencing it as part of my write-ups when I was doing some writing in 2022, to be precise, because the document came out around then. And I had to look at it to say, look at this. All the key national issues have been dealt with. And I even saw a better document, which is from one of the other candidates who had been vice president before. And he's even is a deeper document. I mean, there's nothing you want to talk about that. Of course, they've given it to experts to write. The people that have thought about everything from power to transportation to technology to housing to refining and petrochemical infrastructure. It's got everything: youth and women development, culture and tourism, development of culture and tourism, development of human capital. Everything is there. Like most things in life, in the school of strategy, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, people used to speak about strategy development or strategy management. But most people used to say the development of strategy. And most people who have one MBA or the other, you will find out that, they've done a strategy as part of their MBA program or one course or the other. One course or the other, they have done strategy. But later, they found out that that's not what the problem is. Strategy is not the problem. In fact, those two guys, Kaplan and Norton, that wrote those 5 volumes on a balanced scorecard, when they wrote volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, volume 4, volume 5 that they wrote on balanced scorecard spoke about strategy execution. In fact, one of the things they wrote on that book is premium execution. And they said after 20 or 25 years of writing those 4 books, they found out that companies have great strategy. Companies sit down, institutions, governments, organizations, they sit down, they craft out a near perfect strategy. What is the problem? The problem that they have is execution. They have a near perfect strategy. What is the challenge that they have? It's execution. Execution is what the problem is. As a country, it's execution. This is a brilliant blueprint. This is a wonderful blueprint. Though the execution of the blueprint is where the problem comes. You can type it online. It's available. It's a public document. You can go look at it. So execution. So as we conclude this, as we continue and conclude this course, it's good that all of us go to think about execution. It's good that we think about, what is it that we can contribute as the private sector, as a coordinating entity like the Office of Sustainable Development, as the coordinating entity at the state and at the local level, as private sector institutions, as individuals. What can you and I contribute to the execution? Execution is what the problem is. I even went, I even went and I saw a document. It's called Nigeria Agenda 2050. People write all sorts of documents, brilliant documents written by experts, written by management consultants, people written by the Accentures and the McKinseys of this world. They've done all the research. They've come up with a strategy. They've looked at the constraints. They've looked at all these things. What is the problem? It is execution. Look at this, Nigeria Agenda 2050. Everything is there. Can you see chapter 14, education, SDG 4? Can you see chapter 15, healthcare, SDG 3? It's all in there. So they're not new things. I mean, we're talking about SDG 2. Can you see chapter 3? Agriculture is going to help significantly with regards to that. And hence why it is important that we focus on execution. So because as I'm doing research, I keep telling my professors and some of the experts that I'm working with that I don't just want to be a researcher. I also want to be involved with execution. I don't want to be in the university just researching how things can get better. I definitely want to be involved with the doing of these things. I want to be a practitioner. I don't want to just be somebody who is theoretically saying these things. You and I should go to a primary school to offer ourselves to teach. You and I should go to a public school to offer ourselves to teach in a secondary school. We need to contribute. We need to contribute to SDG as the government with the primary responsibility, private institutions with secondary responsibility, and you and I as individuals with the tertiary responsibilities. It is always about execution. I even went to look for the manifesto of the president of Ghana and look at his own manifesto too. Brilliant. Everything has been thought through. They've written it all. Everything you want to ask, it's captured in the manifesto. What is the problem? Execution. Execution is a global issue. These are global issues. I went to check. I have the document on my computer. It's a public document. But Ghana as a country, are these things being executed appropriately? Are they being executed right? Is it happening the way it is meant to happen? And once again, I'm going to enjoin all of you. Keep execution clearly at the back of your mind as we go through this. All right. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Nigeria will be a much better country. I remember the first time I went to Dubai, and now when I go there, I probably went there about, I don't know, maybe 18 years ago or something like that. And Dubai was not even that developed as at then. It must have been around 2003 or 2004, something along those lines. I'm certain it was 2004 or 5, actually. Yes, it was either 4 or 5. I think it was 4. So which is about 2004 to today is what? Isn't that like 20 years ago? Something like that? 14, 24? Yeah. Right. And and when I look at it, it is between then and now, the country has significantly improved in many areas. And I know a country like Nigeria, we could have been Dubai. We could have been better than Dubai. Because if it's in terms of natural resources, we're the best. In terms of natural resources, Nigeria specifically is the best. Our weather is great. Our soil is excellent. But governance and leadership is the root of all national evil. So this is important. And that's why I talked about public administration, economy, security of life and property, education, healthcare, roads and transportation, justice, power, water, food, housing and accommodation. We're not even asking for much. In Ghana, they're not asking for much. In Cameroon, they're not asking for much. This is it. Just give us these 10 things and we'll be fine. Just fix this 10. We're not asking for a million things. These are the top 10 from my perspective that are important and that are critical with regards to what it is that we're doing. And that's why we're talking about SDG. So we're not talking about SDG as some abstract thing, something that we just dreamt of, we just came up with from the middle of nowhere and we decided, no, it's because Ghana will not improve except these things are achieved. Nigeria will not improve except these things are achieved. I've been to church today. One of the prayers that was made in that service is that Nigerians are hungry, but that we pray that we don't become angry. Because if we become angry, then there will be some real problem nationally. We're hungry, but we're not angry yet. Because when we become very angry, or maybe we're angry, but not very angry, if we become very angry, there's going to be a problem. And I go to Ghana every month, thereabout. And I know that this is the same kind of thing that they're thinking about, maybe in a different measure. I go Cameroon. I have some Cameroonians on the call as we speak. Once again, these are the issues. These are the challenges. You know, the way people will say it in local parlance, they'll say, these are the issues. These are the issues. And this is what SDG is trying to resolve. And that's why the state government needs to take SDG seriously. That's why federal, we need to take SDG seriously. That's why these meetings, we need to have them and we need to keep talking about them and we need to take decisive steps and actions. And I'm going to enjoin all of you. How are you going to contribute to SDG as a person? Our contribution is tertiary. Nevertheless, we need to contribute. Our contribution is tertiary contribution. Nevertheless, we need to contribute. And this is also part of social policy. This is around public administration and social policy, because these are the things that we're meant to have. If you look at Nigeria, we have a certain disease now. That disease is the relocation disease. Everybody wants to relocate, whether it is for good or for bad, whether they're going to end up being worse off or otherwise. The people will first relocate. They'll even tell them that, you might even be worse off. They say, let me get there first. That's what they say. They say, let me get there first, then I'll find out. So they might go there, they might do jobs that are not great, they might not be better off, but because when they look at the country, they're just tired and they want to go. That disease is slowly catching up in Ghana. It's catching up, but it's slow and steady, but it's catching up. Every time I go to one of the clients in Ghana, they'll say this person has relocated. At least theirs is just one out of maybe every 50. In Nigeria, it's probably one out of every 10. Some people who work for me, they're even here on this call, but they're not in Nigeria. It's only their physical body that is here. Their spirits and their minds have relocated already. They've traveled. They've traveled, they've relocated, they've left the country already. But they're still physically in my office. Why are people completely interested in going to all sorts of countries? Some of those countries that they go to, I mean, it's cold all year. Somebody went to some place in Russia. It literally snows 9 to 10 months of the year. Like, why on earth would you want to live in such a place? Well, because they're just completely disappointed and disillusioned, people are relocating. So once again, you and I, we need to contribute to SDG as individuals, as private institutions, and even as public entities. So I'm not going to bore you too much with the history around SDG. It's been around for a while as it is. This version that we have, or this one, I think they're going to update it in 2030. So there's still another 6 years. Right? And there are so many websites that talk about the performance of Nigeria, the performance of Ghana, the performance of Africa. There are all sorts of global meetings, and that's the thing that people like. They like the meetings, they like the traveling. People like to go to sit down somewhere. I was watching something was it this morning that I think is a World Economic Forum or something that they called the witch to come and start laying hands on them. I started laughing. I said, well, that's what happens when people just travel for all these conferences for traveling's sake. What are we executing? That's the issue. What are we executing? The Office of Sustainable Development Goals in Lagos State, in Ogun State, in Ghana, in Abuja, they're just coordinating entities because they are not the ones that will drive the implementation of this themselves. They're coordinating entities, and they need to do this. We're working with all the other ministries, all the other agencies, all the other institutions that exist as it is. So it's important once again that you think about this. This has been around for a while. We have another 6 years. The last report that I read, there's an annual report that talks about performance. Olaoluwa can put the link in the chat room that talks about the performance. I think overall, I think it said in Africa is definitely less than 20% in terms of achievement of SDG. There is a lot. There's still a lot that we need to do as a country to ensure that as countries and as a continent, I beg your pardon, as a continent to ensure that this SDG is met as it is. So let's jump straight into it. I think I've laid a decent background over the last 1 hour that we started. We're going to move very quickly because I want to ensure that we're done in another 2 hours, but then we'll take an extra 1 hour to pass the exam. We're going to open the portal for like an hour, maybe 2 hours at the very most, and then people are allowed to pass the exam and generate their accredited certificates. And we're going to close the portal. It's a paid for course. We only decided to do it free because it's our maiden edition and also as part of our own contribution as it is. So let's go straight into it. Goal number 1 that talks about poverty, right? That there should be no poverty. As I said, if I wrote these 17 goals, the first thing I would have put is goal 16. Because I would, within that name 16, as it is, I would have included, as a person, I definitely would have included governance within that number 16. I would have included governance. If I was the writer of SDG, I would have probably called it peace, justice, and peace, justice, governance. Peace, justice, and governance. Because what makes a strong institution is about governance. So that's what if you talk about risk, it's a subset of governance. If we talk about leadership, it's a subset of governance. Go and look at that ISO standard 37000. So if I was the writer of this thing, or right, I would have called it peace, justice, and governance, because everything rises and falls on governance and leadership. So I would have said peace, justice, and governance, and I would have put it as number 1, because number 16 is it is because number 16 has gone wrong. The police, the justice system, and all sorts has gone wrong. That is why we have a problem with the others. So I would have made it the priority number 1 as it is. Let me move on very quickly. As I said, we talk about no poverty. Why do we have poverty? Why? Why is it that in some countries, so everybody, please go to the chat room. I need interaction. I need people to tell me things. I have my chat open. Please, if you don't mind, chat room. Why do we have this serious poverty? You know, sometimes when I talk to middle class people, or the high class people, or the rich people, or people in middle class, they don't know that this poverty is as bad as it is. But I'm telling you that this poverty is really bad. Honestly, this poverty, it is bad. Why do we have poverty? Why is it that we haven't been able to find a way to deal with poverty and to deal with it decisively? Why? Why is it that the whole of Africa is ravaged with serious poverty. Some people say that's the only thing that they portray on CNN, that's the only thing that they portray on BBC. But don't we have poverty in the midst of high-rise buildings, and in the midst of people who don't say, oh, you know what? Every day people keep bringing the biggest, the newest Lamborghinis and all new buildings that keep coming up in Airport Residential in Accra and Victoria Island and in Abuja in Nigeria. But does that mean that there is no poverty? That's not true. There's poverty. There's poverty in the land. I always tell people that, you and I, when we want to do some of our initiatives, we'll go to motherless baby homes and things like that, and that's good. But I can tell you that there's some motherless adults too, motherless men homes. There's some motherless and fatherless women homes. That means there are adults who it's almost like they also have no family, no mothers, no fathers. Just go and look at the typical gate man in Lagos. Whether he works as a direct gate man or he works as a security guard for a security company. How much do they earn? Think about it. On the average in Nigeria and even in Ghana, can we go to the chat room? The average security guard in your estate, in your barricaded area, what is the typical amount? What is the amount of money that they earn? Can people go to the chat room? They usually don't earn more than 40 is the maximum. It's usually about 30K. Now, if all they're earning is 30K or 40K, divide that by the 30 days of the month. That means the typical security guard, the typical security guard is earning about 1,000 naira per day in Nigeria. In Ghana, I don't think a security guard will earn anything more than 700, maybe 800 Ghana cedis. Am I right? Can we go to the chat room? I don't think it will be anything more than that. Okay? In Ghana cedis, 500, 600, 700. Divide 600 by 30. That means it's about 20 Ghana cedis per day on the average. Now, what is the big loaf of bread in Ghana right now? The big one, that Ghana bread, the sweet one, the full loaf. How much is it in Ghana as of today? The big loaf, that one, that they will cut sometimes into 4 or 5 places or 6 places. How much is that big loaf of bread? It's about 15 bucks and 20 in some places. That means the average amount of money that a security guard, the dad in a house, is earning is the same amount of money that a loaf of bread, a big loaf of bread. Why are we in this position? Why is this a big challenge that, that Africa is ravaged with poverty? I've gone to some African countries. I've seen how, on the average, the people are doing very badly. What should we do ordinarily? And that's why people in academia need to ensure that they're not just in academia. People in academia need to ensure that, that they go beyond just academics. Because if we keep writing papers, that is one of the things that frustrates me with academics. If we keep writing papers and all we do is to write and there is no execution, you and I must do something. We must do something as individuals. We must do something as the private sector, and we definitely need to do something as the public sector to ensure that these SDG goals are addressed. So number one, once again, is about to ensuring that there is no poverty. What are the real programs? Go and check in Nigeria. Go online, poverty alleviation programs, like 1 million. Poverty alleviation programs, all sorts. Is it really addressing poverty? You know, sometimes when I look at the interventions of the government, it seems to me like these sometimes are clueless government institutions. If a government institution says that we're going to start cooking food for children every day, you just think about such an intervention that how does this even resolve anything? Or they say people should come to line up somewhere that they're going to give them money every day. How can that ever be equitably done? For crying out loud. One of my friends on the call, her daughter just got back from the UK studying law, and she says that, you know, that her daughter is saying that she wants, what can she do? Each of us must look at how our countries can be fixed. This poverty is a big issue. And the poverty is, so, as I said, poor governance and poor leadership is the cause of all national issues. That is the cause of non-achievement of SDG. When we go there in the year 2030, wherever that conference will be, I'll be there. We're going to all sit down and tell them that, you know what, you're not thinking right. Why are you talking about poverty as number one? Poverty is not number one. The biggest problem that we have is governance and leadership. Poverty that's what happens when it's gone wrong. And that's why people want to relocate. They want to relocate to places where the government even provides food, provides accommodation, provides education, provides healthcare. So you can, you know, you can just exist. And that's why we in this place like this, we do our own religion more than every other person. It's not really for the love of God. It's really because, you know, what the environment is meant to provide. If we don't go to God and ask for it, we will not even get anything at all. So that's like double jeopardy of some sort. Once again, poverty is the effect and the impact of poor governance and leadership. And there are many things that contribute to this poverty. I don't really have time. I cannot go through this whole thing to the level. And that's why, you know, because once again, this is a weekday. I can't go through this to the extent that I'd like to go through it as it is. But we would also, we will share some, we will share the recordings and things like that. And if, of course, you can take some screenshots if you want as it is, because it's a proprietary material in itself. But indeed, poverty is when you start to talk about poor healthcare or poor educational system or poor security infrastructure, remember what it is. Why everybody looking here, the reason why all these things are not there, they all stem from that poverty, the poverty that is now being inherited by the people. Because Nigeria as a country should not be poor. Ghana as a country should not be poor. They make revenue. They make a lot of revenue. But do we have the judicious use of the revenue that is being made? That is where the problem is. So, right, if our currency keeps going off, if lives and properties are not secured, then this is where the problem is. So this poverty is a big deal. I can talk about it all day, but once again, that's not the idea behind this course. I don't want to spend all my time because otherwise we won't finish as it is. But I feel very passionate about this. And I think that one of the big challenges is that we just don't measure these things enough. We just don't measure them enough. All right. Do you know how difficult, especially in a place like Nigeria right now, to buy good drugs? Because some of those companies that are drug manufacturing companies have left the country. So somebody was telling me that the original inhaler for the people who have asthma, right? The original inhaler has gone up by like 200% or 300% in just about 3 months. This is a problem. This is a problem. Once again, researchers and all sorts of entities, we all have all sorts of things to say about, you know, recommendations and papers and things like that. But I think you and I, one way or the other, we need to start to do something about this. We need to start to say, what can I contribute? Because we can't fold our hands and say that, well, let the government fix it or let the private sector fix it. What can you do as an individual towards this? Because God will judge all of us. I can tell you that. He will judge all of us, especially we who have one resource or the other, in terms of what are we doing to help with the alleviation of poverty and the achievement of SDG goals in themselves. As I rightly did say, there are all sorts of indicators. I can't go through all this. So this material is actually for our associate program. So I can't go through everything in here because we're also limited by time. But you can see all the indicators: income per household, income per person, access to healthcare, educational opportunities, water. That's a big one. Sanitation, right? I mean, you just look at these things and you're just like, okay, like there's just no planning around this. Right? There's just no planning around a lot of these things at the state level and even at the national level as it is. So in Nigeria, for example, these are, I believe, yes, in Nigeria, these are some of the entities that are meant to be dealing with poverty. These are some of the entities that are meant to be dealing with poverty in Nigeria. They are the ones who have one responsibility or the other towards the alleviation of poverty. Once again, great plans. Execution is always the problem. All these entities have all sorts of great things. They have documents, they have plans. How much of those things are achieved based on the resources that are made available to them? In Ghana, you've got entities like that. Their job is to ensure that these things happen. But are they doing what it is that they're meant to be doing? Let's move on. So everybody, I'm looking at some of the things. Thank you very much in the chat room for all those that are contributing in the chat room as it is. Yes. So I mean, Abdul, thank you very much. Namdi, thank you very much. Thank you, Fadike. Thank you very much. So, and you and I, once again, we need to just do what it is that we can do to contribute to ensure that these things, we can't just keep folding our hands and speaking. What's the point, right? If we keep speaking and nothing happens. So as much as humanly possible, let us see what you and I can do to help in some of these regards. Let's talk about hunger, which is number 2. Hunger is extremely important. And a lot of this is tied to agriculture. Why is it? I mean, I was reading one, of course, people who are all in social sciences, people who have done, all the people who have read, what's the name of that book? How Europe underdeveloped Africa, and many other similar type books like that in the area of social policy, social development, and things like that, would have read that book, and you will see once again what is the challenge. What is the big challenge? Africa has got good soil and has got excellent weather. There's no if there was one place in the world that should have solar panels the most, it should be Africa. How can they be doing solar in Europe without, they don't even have half the sunshine that we have? There's no better place in the world to champion solar. Agriculture, we're meant to be the people who do the best farming in the world. That's meant to be our job. The best farming in the world is meant to be ours to do. We've got the weather, we've got the soil. I mean, look at a place like Nigeria. How is it possible that you will be extracting crude oil and you will not be able to, refine your own oil, and you will sell it and then import it back for use? As in, like, that's just the that's just like a country with a country with with almost maybe with thousands, hundreds of thousands of experts and professors and doctors. Can you please mute that person for me, please?
I didn't know your life.
To that person, somebody making a lot of noise on the call. It's Nafisa. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So, anyways, So, I mean, these things are they're just mind-boggling, because number two is really just about food. Number two is, sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Number two is really about food. It's meant to be about food. Who are those who are meant to be working to ensure that there is more than enough food? Cheap food, good food, available food to the low income bracket. Not middle class, you'll be fine. It's to the low income bracket. Who owns the responsibility to ensure that there is food? What are the achievable, measurable plans of the government with regards to food? This is important, and this is essential. It's important and it is essential that we get this right, both in Nigeria and even in Ghana as it is. I move on very quickly. Good health and well-being, because that's what this is about. It's about health and well-being. It's about hospitals and similar type things. The provision. I have people who are abroad in all sorts of places, and that's why people like the UK, because the people just want to become a part of the NHS, right? Because that's it. In fact, somebody was telling me a while ago that well, make sure that you go and sort out all these your papers because of NHS. I said, are you planning to get me to be ill? People said, that illness is guaranteed. That's what the person said. It's part of life. And then, that the country has no plans for public health. I said, wow. I said, look at it. Poor health, no medical infrastructure, no adequate hospital infrastructure. I remember somebody on this call had twins, and one of the twins died because there was no, one of them died because there was no power for the incubator, because I think it came out earlier. There was no power for the incubator, and they lost one of the kids. And it was not just one. In that general hospital, I think they said within a 2-day period, that weekend, that they lost about 5 kids because of power. And then there was no diesel provision for the generator, and the incubators were not powered, and kids were dying. People talk about infant mortality and those kinds of things. And a lot of this information, once again, is in other courses. The healthcare system that we're meant to have as a country. Why do we have this poor health? So why do we have this poor healthcare? What is the challenge that it cannot be fixed? Why? And why is it getting worse? Why is it that even when there's some interventions in urban areas, there is no reasonable intervention in the rural areas? Because sometimes people judge everything with Accra. They judge everything by Lagos or Abuja. They're not judging some of these things by the interlands. The availability of doctors, the availability of nurses, and all that. I'll move on very quickly, and I want everybody to tell me which of this is the worst. Which is the most important is what I wanted to say. Goal 2, 3, or 4, everybody. Which is the most important, 2, 3, or 4? Everybody, come here. Go to the chat room. In order of priority, if you had a choice, which one will you say should be fixed first? 2, 3, or 4? Food, health, or education? Everybody. In order of priority, go to the chat room, everybody. In order of priority. What is the priority? How should it be fixed? Can I come? We're talking about goal 2, 3, and 4. All right. So which one should come first? Chat room, everyone. No. Leave number 1. Leave poverty out. So let's just focus on food, health, care, and education. So, okay. Emmanuel says health, food, education. Okay, she says food. Okay. Are you sure we should do food first? Okay, so okay, okay, so why? Why? Some of you, why food first? Why health first? Why education first? All right? Why food first? Why healthcare first? Why education first? Why? Because those three are critical. Like, consider the three of them to be extreme. Without food, you can't learn. You can't think properly when you're hungry. Without food, no life, no health. Food, healthcare, education. Good. Then no food is important, right? Food is life, Ferdinand. Food, right? So you think food first. I think the food people have it. After food will be what? Healthcare. So after food will be what? Healthcare. Is that it? Okay. And then maybe tertiary. Okay, and I believe that's the right. Maybe that's the right thing, right? Food, healthcare, education. In on the immediate, it might be those three things. What about in the long term? Which order should it be? Because I think in the long term, education is going to be the thing that can fix a lot of things. A certain kind of education. I think in the long term, education is what is going to fix food. Education is what is going to fix healthcare. And education is what is going to fix many other things. So I don't know. What do you think? What about the long term? Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Absolutely. Right? One of the papers that we wrote, we considered education. One of the things is that when people say education, their mind only goes to formal education. When people say education, their mind only goes to formal education. But can formal education solve all the problems? Everybody, please, can I hear? What is the percentage between formal and informal education that you think that is going to help? What is the percentage between formal and informal education that you think is going to help? Because I don't think every education is tied to university. I don't think education. So how do we solve? Please, I need to hear from people. What is the recommendation? Because one of the things when Olaolu and I were working on one of these things, I told him, I said, Olaolu, I don't think in Africa that formal education is going to solve everything. I think everybody needs basic education, which is like primary school education, good primary school education. But some people, after good primary school education, secondary school education is not compulsory. It should not be. Once people have excellent primary school education, some people need to go completely into the informal sector. So let me hear it from the educational experts. I can see Fadeke has some things there. So tell me, so Lola's saying formal 60, right? Somebody's saying 50-50. Okay. Informal Mrs. Valakasi, on the short term, some education is even required. Okay. So because I don't think formal education is the answer to Africa. I don't think so. I think every farmer should have good primary school education. But after that, in Europe, all the artisans, what is the level of education that they have? When the UK opened its borders and all the people were coming from Europe into UK before they had to close the borders, all the people that were coming from or Romania and all those places into the UK, what is the level of education that they had? All those people that were doing all the masons and all the plumbers and all those people that were going into the UK, what is the level? Absolutely. They don't have more than primary school education. And I think one of the challenges is that we think that everything needs to be formal education. So we think about these things, thinking that, oh, the number of people who have graduated from the university, or the number of people who have finished WAEC. That's important, but that can't be all. Informal education is extremely important. So once again, on the average, what is the percentage of people in all those in the advanced countries that we all look up to that have beyond secondary school? Very few. Extremely few. And I think in Africa, informal education is critical. I think we need to go back and think about our educational approach. I think we need to strengthen our primary school. I think primary school should be made compulsory. I think primary school facilities, I mean, let's not even talk about the pictures of poor schools and schools that are abandoned or in trouble. I think Africa needs to rethink the whole of SDG, because the way SDG is going to be achieved in other countries is not the way SDG is going to be achieved in Africa. And that's why when I look at the reports and I look at a lot of the recommendations, I know that this has no African slant to it. Now, when I look at a lot of these things, it's clear that there's no real African thinking towards some of these things, because Africa needs to rethink these three things: food, our approach to food, our approach to healthcare, and our approach to education. Those three primarily. If you go back to elements like if you go back to something like healthcare. So I've thought about something. So let me hear from the experts once again in the chat room. A pharmacy is different from hospital. Is it possible that via our drug dispensing mechanism, we can train our pharmacists, change our curriculum, that the people are like what we can call, this is some hypothesis, so please go to the chat room and tell me. We can train people who are like nurse cum pharmacist in itself, and focus on nursing, and those nurses being very good with drug prescription and dispensing, because we will never be able to have enough doctors. That will never happen. Oh, well, let me not say never. That might not happen for a very long time. Good. What can Africa now have a curriculum that says that, you know what, we will train you as a nurse, but part of your nursing curriculum would also ensure that you truly understand drug components, drug mixtures, drug formulation, and drug dispensing in such a way that you're able to do two things. Somebody is able to work into the chemist. Let's not even call it pharmacist. Once again, think about some village, some rural area, that they meet a nurse who understands nursing, but also, or in addition to being a great nurse, also understands something that's got to do with pharmaceutical drug dispensing and and all that. Is that possible? Please let me hear from you in the chat room, because we won't have enough doctors. Can we have nurses who are what we can call half pharmacists? Pharmacy technicians, good. So can we have nurses who are pharmacy technicians? Exactly. They can do two things. They are nurses, but they are also pharmacy technicians. Is there a curriculum like that that can be created? That's a unique African curriculum, trains you. So it's almost like a first aid type person. The person you that can do half the job or a quarter of the job. Let me not call it half the job. Quarter of the job of a doctor and quarter of the job of a pharmacist. Is it possible to have something like that? The person can do quarter of the job of a pharmacist, quarter of the job of a doctor, and they're trained, and they are available in every local government, in every locality, because we cannot afford enough good doctors. We also cannot even afford enough good pharmacists. We cannot even afford enough good nurses. Can we come up with a curriculum that trains people over like a 2-year period or 3-year period, teaches them something in nursing and something in pharmaceutical care? Because we have to come up with our own curriculum. Because this curriculum we use will not work. Will not work. It will never work in the long term. And I can see what everybody's saying, pharmacy technicians and all that, something along those lines, right? I don't know. I'm not a pharmacist and I'm definitely not a medical doctor, but I'm just thinking that because there are areas, even in Lagos, that you will not even find a good a public hospital. Forget private aside. The typical person cannot even afford to walk through the gates of any private hospital. And even the private hospitals don't even have enough good nurses. Aha. So we now even have, so the problem is now the so-called nursing assistants themselves are also not good enough, right? Anyways, our education, we need to rethink it. And there are entities both in Ghana and in Nigeria that have the responsibility for these things. But our entities, we have to rethink education. Once again, because of time. Why is gender a big issue? And is gender a big issue in Africa? Absolutely. Gender is a massive issue. Okay, so this is one of the things I told Olaolu. I said, when we say gender equality, the people automatically are thinking that it means something to favor women. What about something to, what about men? Is there gender equality for men? Are women more favored than men? Can we please go to the chat room? Are there no cases of gender inequality towards men? Hmm? Okay, so Madeke, you're saying we should be talking about gender equity, not equality. Are there cases where we can say there's gender inequality towards men? Hmm? Because the general thing is to say every time we talk about gender inequality, the default thing is to think about women. Am I right? That it's the women that are not favored. It's the women, the people now start to quote all the statistics. How many MDs? How many people? Women don't rise beyond this. Women this. Women that. Right? And I agree. But I'm also saying categorically that can't we say that there is gender inequality to an extent towards men? Somebody says that Ghana has a nursing program that that is along those lines. That's brilliant. That Ghana has a nurse, right? That's a specialist program. That's good, right? Right. So please, can somebody tell me in the chat room, are there cases that people just think that gender equality is it's purely female? Or because maybe in some parts of Nigeria and in Ghana, a lot of people don't encourage their ladies to go to work or their daughters to go to work. The daughters are married out early. But my point is, and I did point this out to Olaolu, that is there a point where we can say that men in themselves are also, there's some inequality towards men? We can quote a lot of inequality towards women. We can. We can quote a lot of inequalities towards women. We can. But I'm just saying, is there yeah, thank you very much, Sedaten, because I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that in some organizations right now, they're now favoring women. I'm seeing that in some organizations, they're saying that, you know what, I mean, they're even giving the thing that they will say before that, oh, when a woman is qualified, they'll go and look for a less qualified man and give it to a man. I'm seeing the opposite, whereby a man is the one that is qualified, but because the people want to show that they're SDG compliant, they will now even pick a woman who might not even be as qualified as the men. My wife says that we should endure it like that, whatever the inequality is, that we have had upper hand for hundreds of years, so that if there is inequality towards men, we should accept it. That we should accept it as such, as it is. All right. So okay, in the hospitality business. So I'm just saying that when you and I think about gender, we're going to talk about gender equality now. But the idea is that don't zero your mind only towards women. It's not just women. Yes, we know that women, especially in Africa, we know they don't encourage women to go to school. They marry them off early. Women are unique. They don't provide for some of those kinds of things, right? And all sorts of other things that are detrimental to women. I know that. But there is a certain percentage whereby sexual violence is more definitely perpetrated on women than on men. I agree. And I definitely do think that Africa, we need to do more for our women. I agree. But it should not be at the detriment. And that's why I like what Mrs. Atomatele said, that we should really be thinking about gender equity. And maybe it's not really about equality, right? And I'll put up a diagram later. There's a diagram. Everybody, if you go online, just open the browser and just type equity versus equality. And there's a diagram that will show them. They put some blocks and they've told different people to stand on them. If you find it, you can dump it in the chat room. Anybody, just open the browser. Equity versus equality. Okay? So we all know about the women part. Trust me. We all know, and I definitely think as Africa we need to do more for women. However, we also really need to think about men, because I'm also seeing a case where women are now being unduly and unjustly favored against men. I'm seeing that in certain quarters and in certain situations. And I do think that equity is important. All right. So with whatever it is, it's important that, yes, so good. Thank you very much. So somebody has put one reality. Thank you, Lola, for that. Yes, yes. So everybody, if you go to the chat room, you can see equality, equity. Okay. So everybody, should it be gender? So please, everybody, come on into the chat room. Should it be gender equality or gender equity? Which one? Should we be talking about equity, or should we be talking about equality? What kind of society? Is it a capitalist or socialist society that will favor equity? Is equity fair? Who told you to be short? Who told you? So, so are we trying? Can you really do equity in a non-socialist environment? Really? Think about it. Can you do equity in a completely non-socialist? Is it possible to do equity in non-socialist environment? This is important, and it's right. So maybe people will vote for and against. All right, everybody. This is a combination of two things. Goal 6 is a combination of two things. It's a combination of water, and it's a combination it combined with sanitation. And those are two different things. Right? Of course, there is an area where both of them, there's a handshake between them, but there are also two different things. And people who are in environment, how bad is this? What will you score overall for Lagos State and for Accra? Who are those who know about this? Lagos State versus in Lagos State. Give me us a percentage score in terms of availability of clean water to the common man, not privately provisioned water. And sanitation. Everybody, give me a percentage. But if you're in Accra, give me a percentage. If you're in Lagos, give me a percentage. If you're in Abuja, give me a percentage. Availability and provision of clean water and the cleanliness of the environment, sanitation, waste, refuse management, recycling, waste disposal. Tell me, everybody, give us a percentage. How well do you think Lagos is doing? How well is Accra doing? Separate water, all right? So how, girls? Senator, tell me, all right? Sanitation, water provisioning, Kaduna 5%. 3 days every week, Solomon. So give me a percentage, Solomon. 20. Okay, good. Thank you, Abdul. Abdul says that what? It should be 20 for water and 5% for sanitation. In Lagos, what is it for government provisioned water? What will be the percentage? Government provisioned water. Government provisioned water and then sanitation in Lagos State, in Abuja, and in Accra. Because these two are different things. And once again, they are entities of the government who own these responsibilities. Responsibility for water, okay? Responsibility for water, responsibility for sanitation. And these are things we should worry about. How well are we doing this? Okay? Is there because these are the things that can actually be looked at as the rights of people, the rights of the common man, the rights of the low class, the lower class in the social spectrum. These are critical things. The provision of clean water and sanitation. If you go to rural areas, what can we say about sanitation? Think about the village where your parents grew up or come from. Think about it. Generally, water provisioning and sanitation. Because these things, what is the death ratio that comes from the lack of clean water and poor sanitation? What is the death ratio percentage that comes from the lack of clean water and poor sanitation, both in the urban and in the rural areas? Because these are big issues. And the water problem is going to increase. So even in Europe, they have concerns around water. So you can see that many areas, Sierra Leone, many other parts are dealing with this water issue and population. And that's why you have to think about it. If you go, especially on Monday morning, over the weekend, or when you wake up on Monday morning, think about the number of roads and the number of refuse that people bring from their homes and literally just dump it in the middle of the road. Think about the government agency that comes to pack some of these things and the ways by which they do the disposal of these things. Do we, in Nigeria, in my own state, Ogun State, in Ghana, do we have, right, water conservation, water provisioning, water management, and sanitation practices? All right. So you can look at look at this page. It talks about Ghana in the first bullet point, in the third bullet point. These are big issues. These are big challenges that we need to deal with as a people. When I get to 10, we'll take a quick break as it is. But water, and there are entities, everywhere that own these responsibilities. There are entities everywhere that own these responsibilities. There are entities. Here, it's just talking about the water ones. But there are also other agencies for sanitation. Olaoluwa, so it's both water and sanitation. There are two things there. It's water and sanitation. Very quickly, let's talk about affordable and clean energy. Right. I'm not sure whether Nigeria, we should even say anything here. Right. I'm not even sure. So before we go to energy, what are the recommendations for water and sanitation? Does anybody have a professional opinion? Let me go to the chat room. Does anybody have a professional opinion with regards to water and sanitation? Let me go to the chat room. Okay. Okay, so Ohene is giving some the details with regards to Ghana. Okay. Bright is talking about, okay, all right. Ferdinand says some disposing water. Yeah, it said some pipelines in Accra are running through major gutters. So, but yeah. All right. So if you've got some recommendations, if you're an expert on the call, please, as we go to each of the goals, please make your recommendations. Put it in the chat room. We'll make it available to everybody. Make your recommendations. If you've got any recommendation, both for each of us as individuals and even to private institutions and even to public institutions, you've got recommendations, not criticisms. I'm more interested in recommendations, actionable recommendations with regards to this. Okay? It'd be good for you to put it in here. All right. So please, if you've got some recommendations, let's talk about energy. As I said, I'm not sure people in Nigeria should talk about this. Should we? All right. And I like the way they qualified it, everybody. It's qualified. It's qualified as affordable and clean. 2 in 1. Affordable and clean energy. Affordable and clean energy. I'm not sure we should talk about this in Nigeria. All the Ghanaians on the call, please speak about because ECG isn't doing very badly. ECG, I can guarantee you that ECG is not doing badly at all. I know the problem you have in Ghana is that you're used to a perfect ECG. So some of you still complain. If you're complaining about affordable and clean energy in Ghana, please take a trip to Nigeria for a month. When you go back, you'll be saying, God, I thank you. Right? Well, let's leave general energy and let's talk about clean energy. Right? Let's leave let's leave energy. Abdul, you're laughing, right? Let's leave energy generally and let's talk about clean energy. What is clean energy that you think will work for Africa, especially for Nigeria? Everybody, is solar the answer? Is biofuel the answer? What do you think is the answer to sustainable, clean, and affordable energy in Africa, for Nigeria, for Ghana? Anybody, everybody, come to the chat room. What do you think is the real recommendation? Okay? What is the real recommendation for affordable and clean? Once again, there are two things written there: clean and affordable. All right? Please let me go to the chat room. What will work? Is biofuel, is it scalable? Once again, think about the rural areas. Even I can't even afford I can't even afford solar in my house. How can we now start to say that the people in the rural areas should use solar? What is the recommendation that will work? I'm not, Gary, what will work in the rural areas? The people that are struggling with less than 500 naira per day. Will it work in the rural area? Will they be able, the average Nigerian cannot afford solar. The average Ghanaian, I said, even I cannot afford the kind of solar. I can do one cheap one that will not give me what it is that I really need. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about affordable. It must be clean. That means sustainable, but affordable. Where would we get that? What will that be? Clean and affordable energy. Clean and affordable energy. What will work in the rural area? Maybe wind, it's possible. Biofuel, it's possible. Well, biofuel, will it work in the rural area? Will it? Will it work? Is this sustainable? Because that's what we have to think about. It does not say energy generally. It now talks about clean and affordable. Because if it's clean and it's not affordable, then it adds no value. Who are the energy experts? What is the real thinking? Because some of the clean and energy programs that I've seen, they're just aspirational. They're just in the air. They're not very feasible. How will you tell? You go to villages, are they going to afford it? So I'm asking about what is feasible for the rural areas, for villages, the villages where your parents come from. They can't put solar together. Most people need about $1,000 for a decent solar setup. Minimum of $500, sometimes going as much as $2,000 or $3,000 for a home. They can't afford that in the rural areas. Wind requires all sorts of equipment. How are they going to get those equipments? And that is why the government is extremely important with the things that we're doing. That's why government is extremely important. Okay. Right? Right? Maybe biomass. Maybe. If it does not require any kind of, if they can have local equipment that can do it. Maybe. Maybe biomass might work. Maybe if the government focuses on solar. Now, how can Nigeria, we don't even produce those panels and those batteries locally. We don't even produce them locally. We import these things. How can we use imported things in the rural areas? That's nearly impossible. That's largely impossible. Okay, I move on very quickly. Let's go to goal 8, decent work and economic growth. And there are many things. So all the technology people on the call, all the economists that are on the call, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Conversations around unemployment, definitely. What is the solution to unemployment? Everybody, let's put on our solution thinking hats. What is the solution to unemployment? How can we, like, realistically deal with unemployment? Is entrepreneurship the answer to unemployment? Is entrepreneurship, is that it? Is the answer to unemployment that everybody should start to sell? Everybody should be, is that it? If everybody starts a business, then who is going to buy from who? In one block of flats, every home sells provisions, every flat. In front of all of them sell recharge cards. So who is going to buy from who? So let's really look at it, that what will help both in the formal and the informal sectors. What will help unemployment in Africa? Please go to the chat room. What will truly help? Of course, there are also conversations around decent work. the rights, labor rights. So anybody who is on the call can also speak about labor rights. What is the, do you get, what is the, should I say, the level of the sophistication and effectiveness of the labor rights in Ghana? So there are two things there. There are two things here. It's one, decent work, and then economic growth. There are two things here. The work environment, equality at work, labor rights, and everything that's got to do with work. But we're also talking about economy, employment. So, and who owns some of these responsibilities? So let me go to the chat room. Let me see. What is there? Everybody can be an entrepreneur. Everybody cannot open a shop. It's not meant to be like that. It can't be like that. All right? Thank you. Vocational upskilling is a big deal. I completely agree with you. I agree with you. And that's why we said that education cannot just be thinking about university. That's not the African solution. Let's think, what is going to work for Africa? What will work? Vocational upskilling definitely is going to work. Technical schools, technical upskilling will definitely work. So you've got to think about, two things. On the economic side, goal 8 is two different things. The factors that contribute towards decent work, different from the factors that contribute towards economic growth. They are two different things. In a very difficult or harsh climate, how are you going to manage that? And that's why we say that some of these things, the education in Africa has got to be different. The education, once again, in Ghana, in Nigeria, there are entities who own some of these responsibilities. There are entities who own these responsibilities in each country. In Ghana, there are entities that own Goal 8. Ministry of Employment and Labor, Labor Commission in Ghana, Employers Association in Ghana, Trade Union Congress. There are entities in Nigeria and in Ghana that own these responsibilities. And we need to hold these entities. The SDG office needs to publish the Nigerian report that holds the entities who own these responsibilities, own them responsible for these things. It's their job to put the foundation in place for a lot of these things. Let us move on very quickly, right? The next one is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Industry, 3 things: industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And a lot of the things that has got to do with transportation is here, because that's infrastructure. Power is infrastructure. Road network is infrastructure. Housing, right? Because of course there are many things that dovetail between infrastructure SDG 9 and SDG 11 that speaks about sustainable cities and communities. Sustainable cities and communities. Right? So what exactly? Industry. I think Africa also needs to focus on exporting skill sets. I think so. I think it's very important that we also are seen like India, to have the best doctors, to have the best developers, to have the best of those things. And then we need to grow more, because we can earn a lot of foreign direct investment by exporting skill sets. I think we really need to break into Europe. I think our governments need to have programs that allows Africa to break into Europe, especially. I think so. I think it will help. while we're simultaneously, which is what India is doing, simultaneously trying to develop internally, but also a focus on exporting skill sets. Do you know the amount of dollars that come from America into India because of all their children that are working in Silicon Valley? Do you know that all those programs, the highly skilled and highly this and highly that, it's primarily to attract a lot of Chinese, a lot of Indians, and a lot of Nigerians skilled. So we need to do these things. So this whole thing whereby people are traveling, the government needs to use it to its advantage because it has its good sides to it. But you can't be focused on only exporting. You also have to simultaneously develop internally. There are 3 things under Goal 9. Industry. So where is the center for innovation for each of the countries? Anybody? Which ministry is in charge of innovation in Ghana and Nigeria? Who is that? Which entity is in charge of innovation? Because innovation is key. I know each entity is doing a tech hub, but our tech hubs, are they really effective? Because we're trying to drive innovation from tech hubs, and every government talks about tech hub, but which tech hub, which government tech hub is really generating? And maybe this is where the private sector comes in. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Industry. Let me go to the chat room. What are the key things we can do? I want opinion. What do we need to do to improve those 3 areas? Industry. Yeah, so Ferdinand, so that's what we need to fix. How do we ensure that the skilled guys who have left Nigeria are not doing menial jobs, or left Ghana are not doing menial jobs? That's what we need to fix. How do we ensure that we're exporting skills, not getting our engineers? And that's where the problem also is. I did an interview for somebody yesterday. I don't know whether the HR in my organization is on the call. We both had an interview for somebody. He's been working in IT for about 20 years, but in the last 10 years, it's just been somebody who supervises others. He's in IT. He has all the qualifications. He has all the experience on paper, but he's a supervisor. A guy like that, if he goes to Canada, he's going to end up doing menial job, right? Because while he has all the qualifications and all the experience, his skill sets are not good enough for outside of Nigeria. His skill sets are only good for Nigeria. You know, sometimes I tell people, I said in Africa, in Nigeria, it happens in Ghana too. When a guy wants to go for a job, they'll ask him, do you know HR? He says yes. Do you know finance? He says yeah. Procurement. Everything they ask him, he knows. They say, yes, the kind of guy we want. A guy who is an all-rounder, a generalist. But when those types of people go abroad, they struggle. You know why? Abroad is interested in specialists. So we now have this specialist versus generalist. Specialist versus generalist. And that's not good enough. We have some specialists, we have some right? Abroad, they're always looking for specialists. In Africa, we're always interested in generalists. That's why the so-called experts, when they travel, they now start to do menial jobs. So those 3 things, industry, innovation, there's no electricity to power the digital centers and the digital hubs. What are the innovations? What are the products? How many Paystack? How many fintechs have grown out of our digital hubs? How many fintechs, how many health techs, how many edutechs have grown and have come out of our digital hubs? Not a lot. Not a lot. So as much as there are moves within the government to address some of these things, because there's significant infrastructure deficits. there is significant infrastructure deficit. There is significant infrastructure deficit. The road, I mean, let's talk about Africa. Africa to Africa trade, big problem. Flights from one portion of Africa to another. It's actually cheaper to go to Europe sometimes than to go to some portions of Africa. Sometimes the flight that goes through Paris that goes to Paris is cheaper than the one that goes direct that attempts to go through other African countries. So these three things are an issue. These three things are an issue. The issues with regards to industry, the issues we have in Africa relative to innovation, right? That the thing that helps me to remember this particular goal is 3 I's. It is I. So I always remember this one, which is I. Okay? Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Road is part of that, right? And some of the other ones. Let me quickly do this and we'll take a quick break and we'll take a 15-minute break. And then we will come back and we'll round it up and we'll have our exam. But let's talk about reduced inequalities. What do we need to do to have reduced inequalities? Okay? How do we break down in this inequality? There's the paper, we've concluded it. I actually wrote that one with my wife and with Olaoluwa, the three of us. What we now say, wait first. What is this inequality? Because inequality is many layers of inequality. Okay? So let's look at some of the areas of inequality. Everybody go to the chat room. What exactly are the areas of inequality? All right? Men versus women, high class versus low class, BSc versus HND. Am I right? Everybody, I want to hear, what are the major ones, the areas of inequality? Of course, power is big. Thank you very much, Ferdinand. All right? What are the big areas of inequality? Men versus women, young versus old. Do people old shame or do they young shame? Which one is it? Everybody, what are the areas of inequality very quickly? All right, everybody. What are the big areas? Is there a big divide between a good educated versus literate, techie versus others? Federal character. Yes, that big federal character problem. All right. Okay, good. People who have one kind of physical challenge or the other. Economic. Ferdinand. Nigeria Jollof versus Ghana Jollof. You're not serious. Old graduates versus new graduates. What about the one about private university versus private university versus public university? Dark skin versus light skin. That was there. On yes. Nan versus icon. Married versus single. Well, yeah. Which other the major area of inequality that we have to think about? People from one region of the country versus people from another region of the country. What is a huge inequality in Ghana? I know Cameroon, it's definitely French speaking versus the people from French speaking side versus the people from the English speaking side. Yes, religion is also there. Good. Mainland versus island. Right. Yeah. Religion is definitely there. A tribe is definitely there. The rich versus poor. In Ghana, the two political parties. Nigeria, we can't talk about that. We don't care about political parties. We just align any to. We can move 10 political parties within a 4-year period. So we don't care about political parties here. But in Ghana, they're very strong with the political. People follow political parties from one generation to another in Ghana. Like political party membership is like religion in Ghana. You know, people might even decide that they won't speak to you because of your political affiliation. Okay, so my point is that when we're thinking about inequality, everybody, when we're thinking about this goal and we're thinking about how to achieve it, everybody, my point is for goal 10, you've got to think broadly about the inequality. And a lot of the documents from outside of, for a lot of the international documents, a lot of the SDG documents, they are not focused on the multiple tiers with regards to inequality that exist. The various inequalities that people from rural areas are suffering from. And how the inequality is tilted, and people in the lower class, in the lower spectrum, are suffering more from the inequality in comparison to others. Inequality is deep. It is deep. It is definitely beyond just these things. Inequality is deep. It is very deep. Think about the people in the rural areas. What even accent, everybody, even accent is a certain type of inequality. Of course, some inequalities are higher than others. And that's why when you go to read Malcolm Gladwell, and that's a guy that everybody should read. You should read Outliers. You should read some of the books from Malcolm Gladwell, because inequality is big. And he spoke about some of these things in one of his books. All right. Very quickly, we talk about sustainable cities and communities. How do we make the environment more sustainable? How can the urban area become much more sustainable? Sustainable cities and communities. Housing comes in here. Power, that's why I said goal 9 and goal 11, they have a lot of things in between them. All right? Because infrastructure is power. But it's also what helps with regards to a certain kind of power provisioning, is also what helps with regards to sustainable cities and communities. How do we build a sustainable Accra? How do we build a sustainable Abuja? How do we build a sustainable Lagos? What is the job of the government with regards to this? This goal in Ghana, there are entities who are in charge of it. There are entities in Ghana who own some of these responsibilities with regards to sustainable cities. Okay? And this is key, right? Sustainable, because roads is infrastructure, but road also leads to sustainable cities. How do we start to become like all the cities that we look at in Korea, in Japan, the cities in how do we become, what is it that makes for sustainable city? Chat room, please, everybody. What are the key things that we need to do to have sustainable cities? What are the key things we need to do to have sustainable cities? What are the key things we need to do to have sustainable cities? All right? Well, what are the top elements for sustainable cities? Smart cities, absolutely. Surveillance, monitoring. And then you see that power is on the line there. Planning, I agree with you. Planning, power, sustainable, waste management and sanitation. Thank you very much. Security. Because if life is threatened, how can we now talk about sustainability? So Office of Resilience, Lagos State. Office of Resilience, Ghana. Ghana has an Office of Resilience. Please go online and give me the name of that entity in Ghana that is in charge of resilience. Lagos State is last row. They're my good friends. Okay? Lagos State has last row. Ghana has something for resilience. Emergency services. All the entities that are directly in charge of emergency services and that are driving it. Once again, these are key things. These are key issues that you and we need to really think about as we think about Africa and how we need to get there. Urbanization is a big deal. Urban renewal programs are a big deal. Responsible consumption and production. Okay? How do we deal with responsible consumption and production? What does this mean? What is the future of oil and gas? Anybody? What is the future of oil and gas? What is the future of oil and gas? Where will oil and gas? There's a Shell report. Everybody go online, open the browser. You will see a Shell report for 2050, the state of energy, Shell Energy Report 2050. The predictions, and that document is probably 10 years old. I'll be using that document. They wrote the document about 10 years ago, thereabout. That document was written about 10 years ago. Okay? You will see the state of energy. How do we manage responsible production and consumption? How do we manage pollution in Lagos State? How do we manage pollution in Accra? How do we manage pollution in Abuja? Responsible production and consumption is two parts: responsible production and responsible consumption. How do we manage these things? What do consumers need to do? The consumers, do they have any parts to play? Environmental agencies in Ghana and in Nigeria have a lot of responsibility towards these things. Responsible production. Private sector has a lot of responsibilities here, especially in a country where you use a lot of generators. We have a lot of responsibilities towards these things. Everybody, please, in the chat room, is green going to happen in Africa? This entire green thing that leads to responsible production and consumption, is it going to happen in Africa? Is green, is it just in the air? Is it something that will actually happen? That you and we will now start to really do, responsible production in a place where there is no power. There's no good, reliable power. Let me hear your thoughts. Will green happen in Africa? Is green is green a dream? Eh? Is green? Will it happen? Or it's just, it's just the idea, just something that is in the mind of somebody. Will green happen in Africa for real? All right? Somebody said maybe 250 years. All right? Because the fundamentals for green we don't have. The fundamentals for green we don't have. We don't have the fundamentals for green. We don't have it. Behavioral and in many other areas, we don't have the fundamentals for green. So when I really think about it, will green actually ever happen? Okay. So responsible production, Responsible. So what do you and I, what can we do in our homes? Change our bulbs. People say that we should go to ShopRite now. ShopRite to stop giving us plastic bags like they do in the UK now. If you go to any of the shops, any of the retail stores, they won't give you plastic bags. Everybody says that we should stop using those paper coffee mugs. People should be carrying their own water bottles and flasks and things like that. And that's very I remember one time I went to the UK like 2 or 3 years ago. I was there I was so annoyed. Every time I go to Sainsbury's, they will tell me I have to, if I forget to buy to pick a bag from the house, I'll be like, why am I carrying the bag everywhere? I just like to go to Sainsbury's when I'm going back to my house, very close. And then I find out that every time I go there, these people now say that I have to pay for a bag because they no longer give bags in Tesco. Okay. So do we need to start to have each of us should have 2 bags in our house, 2 bin bags, the bag for plastic bottles and every other thing that can be can be recycled. What is the level of recycling in Lagos State? Anybody? What will be the score for recycling in Lagos State? What score? Give me the score for recycling, Lagos State. What do you think will score? Accra? In Accra, what will be the score for recycling? How effective and efficient is recycling? How effective and efficient is recycling? How effective and efficient is recycling? Is it working? Will it really resolve anything? Right? Will it resolve anything? Right? What are the government initiatives with regards to recycling? What is the government doing to ensure recycling? What is our level of renewables? As we move to climate, everybody, we had a webinar on climate. So please let me put the link on for the webinar we did on climate. And what is the ISO standard that anybody thinking about climate change, climate action should be thinking about? We had a webinar on that. Anybody in the chat room? What is the ISO standard if you're thinking about climate? It's very much related to the one for environment. What is it? Anybody? In the chat room? Anybody? The ISO for climate change. We had a webinar for climate. No, it's not 14001. No. Anybody? We had a webinar for climate. So what is the ISO standard for climate? It's not 14011. No. We had one. Good. Thank you for that, Edith. Everybody go and check it out. It's 14090. We had a webinar for climate change, 14090. And I think people need to look into it. It's a brilliant document. Can the private sector I mean, of course, each of us can think about our emissions, isn't it? In the private sector. So how many of you are doing your carbon emission calculation in your organization? How do we do carbon emission calculation at home? Anybody? Who are those that are doing carbon emission calculation in the organizations? And how do we do carbon emission calculation in our homes? What is the way, the manner, and the approach by which you can do carbon emission calculation in our homes? How do we do it? Is carbon emission calculation only for offices? What do we need to change apart from changing our bulbs? All these energy efficient TV, energy efficient, what did they call it? Freezer and fridge and air conditioners. Do they work? If all of us do it, are they cheap? Do they work? Are they cheap? Climate action. What do we need to do? Who is in charge of climate action in Lagos State? Who is in charge of climate action at the federal level? Who is in charge of climate action in Ghana? Who owns these responsibilities? Very important. Life below water. Do we even care about life below water? Fishing, sea life, animals under the in the sea. Is there a concerted program? Is there a concerted program for keeping our seashores, our waterways, and this is not really just talking about just keeping it clean. It's talking about life underneath it. Animals, fishes, creatures under the sea. What are we doing? What are we doing in Lagos State for life below water? Animal life. It's not human life. It's animal life below water. What exactly are they doing in Ghana? Does anybody know of anything being done in Ghana with regards to life below water? Let me check which of those ministries or entities in Ghana are in charge of this. Who in Ghana is in charge of this? Life below water. Fisheries Commission, yes. Ghana Maritime Authority. Water Research Institute in Ghana. We need to call these institutions out. When you want to measure the achievement of SDG, you have to start with the initiatives, the actions, the activities, and the results being delivered by the government entities and agencies that are in charge of it. Did you hear that? When you want to measure the achievement of SDG, we need to start by holding responsible and accountable the ministries, the parastatals, the agencies, the directorates that have the mandates towards that particular thing. So when we're thinking about fishery and life below water, we need to hold some of these entities responsible. In Ghana, they have Fisheries Commission. I'm sure Nigeria probably also has something like that. We need to hold them responsible for Goal 14. Goal 15, life on land is big. This is a massive area. Everything that's got to do with land conservation and biodiversity, this is massive. Everything that's got to do with land conservation and biodiversity, this is a big one. It's a massive one. Life on land. What are we doing to keep our land useful, valuable? That our actions, deforestation, habitat loss, and all sorts of activities are not destroying the land. Are there entities in Ghana like Forestry Commission, like Wildlife Division, like Lands Commission in Ghana, just like in Nigeria? Who is in charge of wildlife conservation? Who is in charge? What can private institutions really do with regards to this goal? Are there things that we can do with regards to Goal 15? And second to the last, this is where I think they should have clearly put something in there for governance. They should have clearly put something there. Of course, our justice system is key. Our legal system is key. Our policing system is key. And everything that we've got to do relative to this particular goal. level of peace in each country, level of justice in each country for the common man. For the common man, for the low class person, level of peace, level of justice, and once again, governance. I would have put governance here. Bringing people to book, holding people accountable, everybody. Accountability is key. Accountability is essential. People need to be held accountable. People need to be held accountable. Entities of the government need to be held accountable for the things they do. Rule of law, the institutions that help ensure that the rule of law is firm and is effective. The rule of law is effective. Governance, poor governance and poor leadership is the root of all national evil. Poor governance and poor leadership is why SDG achievement is extremely low in a lot of places. Poor governance and leadership is why SDG achievement is extremely low. Right? The police, very important. Our entire Ministry of Justice, same thing in Ghana. The police, the Ghanaian police, EFCC, Yoko, Justice and Attorney General's office. Right? Peace, justice, and strong institutions. And lastly, is all of us need to be partners for the goal. All of us need to be partners for these goals. And that's why most people are here, because all of us, we should be partners for the goals. All our institutions, that's one of the things I said earlier. We need to ensure, right, that we align. We need to ensure that we align our ESG and CSR efforts as organizations. We need to align our ESG to SDG. We need to align both ESG and CSR to SDG. All private institutions need to align their ESG and CSR initiatives to the SDG goals. We're all partners in here. This thing does not belong to one person. All of us are partners here. All of us, we're all partners here as it comes here. So pretty much. Right? So I've gone through the 17 at a high level because I know that a lot of people will not be able to stay more than the period. Throughout this year, we're going to have monthly webinars and we're going to drill down. We'll also have a lot of invited guests around each of these areas. We're going to have a lot of invited guests so that they can join us. So people who have expertise, who have experience when it comes to each of these areas. But every month throughout this year, we're going to do about 10 or about 11 SDG webinars this year, drilling down into each of the areas and looking to make recommendations, once again, actionable recommendations with regards to them. Okay, if I come back here, everybody, very quickly. So I want everybody to come to the chat room. Which of these SDGs do you think you can contribute to as a person? Give me the top 3. Everybody in the chat room. I need to get up from my chair for a minute. Everybody in the chat room, which of these SDGs do you really think you can contribute to as a person, and how do you plan to contribute? Chat room, everybody. All right, give me 1 minute. Chat room, everybody. as a person, if you're on this call, I want to read from you. I want to hear from you. What do you think you can contribute? Which three goals can you contribute to? And how will you contribute to the three of them? Go ahead, everybody. Chat room, quickly, please, if you don't mind. Which three can you contribute to and how? Quickly, everybody. Quickly. Okay, everybody. So let me see. Good. So Prince says he can contribute to this. That would be good. I think you should do it, Prince. Well done. Fadeke, definitely you can contribute to some of these ones that you've said, and I do think you should do it. Akonji, food health, and I do think you should do the things. I think all of us need to contribute, right? I think it's important and it is essential for all of us to contribute to SDG. If this whole SDG thing is going to happen for our countries, for our nation, and all that, I definitely do think we all need to find ways of contributing. I want to still hear from others. I want to hear from others as we will soon be bringing this to a beautiful close. As it is, I want to hear from others. Hmm. There is
Ya gaji ya sako. Ya ga kowa na ta gidan ga yana barin su.
All right. Sorry, everybody. I just wanted to sort out some things with regards to the exams. So please, once again, in the chat room, everybody, give me some feedback. What is your big takeaway from today? Everybody, please, if you're here, I need to get some feedback from you. What is your takeaway from today? We would also give you the feedback form. What is your big takeaway from today? Everybody, everybody, what is your big takeaway? What is your resolution? What have you decided, based on this meeting that we have had? What is your what is your big takeaway as a person? We're getting ready to sort out the examinations. What is your big takeaway as a person? Anybody? What's your big takeaway as a person? Please go to the chat room, everybody. I want to read from you. What is your takeaway? What have you taken away from here today? Amongst all the plenty things that we have done, we're grateful that all of you have taken the time to be here today. It's been very interesting for me as a person, and I'm great. It's my pleasure to have all of you here. So, but I'd like to know, what is your big takeaway from this whole session? What's your takeaway? Yeah. What is your big takeaway? All right. Okay. Can I come to the chat room? I want to read from everybody. What's your takeaway? We will share the link with you so that you can you can do the exam. All right. And then we'll come down to, yes, Senator, thank you very much. Concerted effort, absolutely, without a doubt. I want to hear from everybody from the SDG office, from the Office of Sustainability for Lagos State and for the nation. I want to hear from all of you on the call. I want to hear from everybody. Everybody, what is your big takeaway from this session, this whole thing that we have done today? Because I know some people need to go for lunch, some people need to go for prayers, some people need to go to do one thing or the other. So I want to hear from everybody. What's your takeaway? Okay. Effective approach towards food governance and justice. Yes. Caleb says solution mindset. Absolutely. How do we, we all have to contribute our bit. We can't just we can't just keep complaining. All of us have to do whatever it is as it is. So thank you, Lola, for yours. The entire SDG. Abdul, thank you very much. Big takeaway is the fact that all hands on deck. Absolutely. Every organization, they must be clear. Risk department, compliance department, corporate communications, it must be clear as it is. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Thank you, Aja. Poverty is definitely a result of poor governance, right? So, yeah, I mean, yeah, but so we all thank you for that, Fadike. We all have to put all hands on deck, as it is. So, yeah, so Oluwaseun, yeah, I mean, absolutely, be the change you want to see. I completely agree. Yeah, so Chrissy says deliberate execution. Absolutely. Our organizations need to take these things more seriously. Akonji says decisive steps. Yeah. Edith says it's intentional about effective implementation. That's it. Thank you very much, Edith. That's the thing. Most of us are really just focused on we're focused on the talk, but not the do. So, and I like the way Fadike said, not just to be a researcher, but to be a doer. You've got to find a way to contribute. You've got to do something as a person. And you can do something as a person. You've got to do something. You can do CSR, you can do ESG, whatever it is, right? So Mrs. Falako says approach should be country-based. Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. And that's why I said primarily belongs to the public institutions. Secondary is the private organizations, and tertiary is you and I. So yeah, so there's definitely no one size that will fit all. So Dick says MDA, those MDAs, absolutely. You know, that's one of the things in our research that I was like, you know, these things belong to somebody. Somebody has a mandate by law, by act of the government to establish them, and they're the ones who are meant to be addressing this SDGs. So let's go and hold them accountable for it. Let's go and hold them responsible for the SDGs. Let's dialogue with them. Let them know that we're watching them, because we're going to write an annual SDG report. Okay. Thank you very much, Ferdinand. The solutions have got to be homegrown. Thank you very much for that. Absolutely. You can't bring all these things that have worked in the UK, worked in all sorts of places, and say that, you know, Nigeria is a different kettle of fish. You can't import Europe into this place. It's a different conversation. It's a different part of the world. Our challenges are different. And so we've got to think about these things differently. We've got to address them differently. You can't just say the way they've always done it in other places. So thank you very much for that. It's homegrown. The way we need to approach agriculture, the way we need to approach education, the way we need to approach healthcare. We will never have enough doctors. It's just not going to happen. We're never going to be able to say, let's do solar in rural areas. How is that going to work? So we've got to think about things that truly make sense for us, for our environment, for our own scenarios and things like that. So we need to be talking about this. This conversation needs to continue. This is a conversation that every organization, it doesn't matter how small your business is, you need to start to say that how do we contribute as an organization? You cannot afford to not talk about your contribution to SDG as an institution. You can't afford to do that as part of your annual reports, as part of your strategy sessions, as part of your thinking sessions. In all these things, you should be talking about what it is that your organization is adding to SDG as it is. So when Frida say move away from strategizing to execution. Thank you very much, when Frida for that. I mean, we got to go away from just strategy, document, symposium, seminar. Let's go to the actions. What needs to be done? Let's go and refurbish some local schools. Let's paint the schools. Let's provide chairs and tables. All of us should pick a school and start to offer teaching time in a public school. If each of us donates 1 hour per month to a public school, it doesn't matter whether there are cameras or no cameras, whether there is Instagram or no Instagram. All of us need to find a way to contribute to this national development, because the nation needs to be developed. The nation needs to be developed. There's no going around it. Our countries need to be developed, and we're not going to import solutions. What has worked somewhere else might not work for us. The way they've approached it in other places, might not be able to approach it that way. We've got our own uniqueness with regards to all these things. We've got our own uniqueness with regards to all these things. We've got our own approach. We've got our own uniqueness. So let's work together. Let's think through this country-based approach. Country-based approach, situation, right? You know, Ghana, the way Ghana is going to approach it might be different from the way Nigeria is going to approach it. Ghana might learn some things from Nigeria. Nigeria might learn some things from Ghana. But each of these countries, there's no goal that does not have an entity that is the owner. There is absolutely no goal that does not have an entity that is responsible for achieving it. And if we keep doing this and we keep working towards it and we keep encouraging ourselves, we should get there in no time. If we keep doing this, if we keep encouraging ourselves, we should be able to get there in no time. Okay? Okay. All right. Okay. I just want to make sure that I share the link so that because once we share the link with everybody, we're going to people we're going to give them just some minutes to go with the to do the exam, about an hour and a half, probably extend it for about 2 hours, and after that that will be it. So they came up with 100 questions. I said, it's too much, come on, that's the one for our professional course. So I've told them to reduce it, so we're just going to have just about 40 questions thereabouts. So please, once again, give me a minute. But yes, I want more feedback, more suggestions, and more recommendations in terms of how we need to do this. We're also going to put the feedback link in the chat room. Please fill the form, fill the feedback form. It will be very useful for us. Everybody, I beg of you, that's the only way you can pay me back. I haven't shared the exam link yet, so give me some minutes. We're going to reduce the questions from 100. We're just going to reduce no, so just give me some minutes, we'll share the exam link. But once again, there's a feedback form they're going to share in the room now. Please, I'm going to beg everybody, please fill the feedback form. It's essential that the feedback form is filled. Thank you very much. That's one thing problem we have. We've ignored our indigenous language. We think this our indigenous language is what's that thing? They call it vernacular, right? That it's poor language. It's not great language, but I think it's important that we realize that it's great language. It's you can't say because the person speaks only Igbo or speaks Yoruba or only speaks Tree. That the person is an illiterate. How does that work? Because the person speaks only Tree, then the person is an illiterate. So these are vernacular. We shouldn't discount it. We shouldn't throw it away. We shouldn't say that because we speak only vernacular that the person is illiterate. Right? I've seen some people who speak only vernacular and they have got 10 times the intelligence of the people who have PhDs. So there's an Hausa person man I work with. He's not very educated, but trust me, his intelligence is out of this world. So please, more recommendations quickly so that we will round up. And please, Maureen, please put the feedback link here in the chat room so that people can feel it. Joseph, thank you very much. I believe every SDG should be taken seriously. I agree. Everybody needs to play their role. Absolutely. For the feedback link, they're going to share the feedback form. Everybody, let's fill the feedback form, and I'll get the exam link to you in a minute. We're going to share a certain training slide. This one is for the higher course, but we're going to share one with you. Actually, let me send it to somebody immediately. Just give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. So all I just did was to tell them to reduce the volume because the courses were a bit too much. Maureen, please put it in the chat room, not send it to me. It's everybody on the call needs to fill the feedback form. Everybody on the call needs
I
to
already
fill.
did, sir.
Oh, okay, then that's fine. And need it. Okay. So please, everybody on the call, we need you to please fill the feedback form. It's an accredited course. The people need to fill the feedback form. We need to tie the certificates to. You can't have people that have attended and then no feedback forms. That means the people really did not attend. So you can contact Maureen. You can contact Abigail, who is in Ghana. So Maureen, I'm also going to share with you a set of slides that you should share with everybody now. So you can just send it to the email. Okay, the exam is not tough, don't worry. It's not something anybody should fail. It's really very, should I say, common knowledge. And if you've been here all along and you've listened to a lot of what it is that we've said, then you should be fine. So just give us a minute, we'll be done with it. And we'll then close the call. People can do it. Some people might even generate their certificates almost immediately. Some people are that good. They will finish the questions in no time and they will generate their certificate. So just give me some minutes. In between, I want Maureen to share this slides. So it's right. I want Maureen to share this slides with everybody so that okay. Okay. So Maureen can share this. Okay. Just give me a minute. Okay, so just give me 1 minute and I'll share the link. Just give me a minute. Okay, everybody. So I'm going to go to the chat room now. On your mark, set, go. Have you please? I don't want to put the exam link until people have filled the feedback form. So please, if you're done with the feedback form, just put done in the chat room. And when I get done from 15 people, okay, so I'm counting 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I'm going to increase it. If I get done from 20 people, I'll share the exam link, and everybody needs to do this exam in the next 1 hour. It's simple. It's not out of place as it is. Yeah. So, okay, it's almost getting there. It's almost getting there. Right. A lot of people are done. So, okay, some people are asking for the feedback link again. We've shared it there. So I think I have a decent representation relative to this. 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Okay, good. Right. Who else is still trying to get on the feedback? One more minute. Please finish the feedback and I'm going to share my questions. Everybody, you need to finish this thing by 2 p.m. So you just need to get on it and 1, 2, 3, go. Just like that. And then you quickly finish it. Once you score 60% and above, then you're fine. You will get a certificate. If you score 70 and above, you get your certificate. If it gets between less than that, then you're going to get a certificate of attendance. You're going to get a certificate of attendance. So not one that certifies that you have completed the course successfully. Those are two different. Okay. Muiwa is saying that people who need to go for prayers. Okay, if you need to go for prayers, put your hand. Let me know who you are. Come and put your name in the chat room so that I will make an exception. My name is Umar. Okay, well, who else needs to go for prayers now? I'm about to share the link for the exam. I'm going to share it at 12:10 Ghana time, 1:10 Nigerian time. But I want a lot of people not to mix the two links. The link for the feedback link. I want the people to not mix the feedback form with the exam because we're going to have to close the exam. So Muiwa is pleading for the people who need to go for prayers. So if you are for the specific cases where people need to go for prayers, they're going to put it we're going to put this on YouTube. So you get the recording. There's no problem, no issues there at all. So for the people who will be going for prayers, we will give them special consideration as it is. For the people that will be going for prayers, we'll give them special consideration as it is. Okay, good. Now let me put this here. And then they will also share the link, right? 1 second. Okay, there you go. I hope everybody can see. What's happening to my computer? Hold on. I want to hold on. Okay. Maureen, I'm going to send this to you. Maureen, please check your WhatsApp. I've sent the link. Please put it in the chat room. Chat room is everyone in the meeting. Okay. Okay, good. Everybody, I put it in the chat room. Click on it, and if it has opened on your end, please go for it. On your mark, let's go. Click on it. There's a link in the chat room. Click on it. I hope it opens on your end. Some people are using their phones. Some people are using all sorts of things. Please, so if it has opened on your phone or on your device, please in the chat room once again, just tell me opened. Tell me opened, right? And then go for it. Tell me opened and go for it. Maureen, the slides that I've shared with you, please share it with everybody. Send it to their emails immediately. Thank you very much. Opened. Yeah, any of them is fine. Opened, right? So I have Edith, Diodone, John, Benjamin, all the others. Tell me the opening as it opened on your own end. Good. Nafisa said, Nafisa just saying done. Now I'm asking, Francis says, due to corporate restriction, Francis, open it on your phone and see whether it will come on. Try and send it to your phone. I just want to even know. I might allow you to do it at home, but open it on your phone because you can also use your phone to do it. You can also use your phone to do it. We'll send the recordings to you. The recording would also be on YouTube anyway. Okay, good. Nafisa said I should resend this link. Okay, good. I just did. Try to use your phone. See whether it will open on your phone. So try your laptop, try your phone, try your laptop, try your phone. All the others, let me know as it opened on your end. Okay. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I need to hear from all the others. I need to be certain. Who are those that are struggling? The open. Everybody. Please let me know. Are you able to do it? Ajwa Abubakar is here. Akonji, Akindamola, Anthony, Mrs. Falako, Benjamin, Divine. Please, I just need to know if you're all able to open it and if it's working. If you're having a challenge, please come to the chat room. Let us know so that we think about how to help. Okay, Rita, try it on your phone. Nah, Odongo, please try it on your phone. Try it on your phone and let me see. Some of those restrictions on your laptop should not be on your phones. Try it. Okay. Francis, everybody is able to do it. So Manir, Umar, you might want to put something in the chat room if you're still struggling. You can try it on somebody else's phone or computer too. Francis, everybody is able to do it. So it's got to be something with your internet or something because everybody's doing the same one. There are many people that are all on it. So Francis, I don't know. Manuel, so maybe you might try it on a different device. Nah, Odonko, have you tried it on your phone? Nah, okay, now says it's open. Well done, nah. So, Manir, so if it's not, Manir, try your phone, try somebody else's device, forward the link onto somebody else's phone just to try it so that you know what might be the problem. But it's working. Everybody's on it as we speak. And everybody, please make sure you score 35 over 50. 70% is 35 over 50. Please ensure you score the minimum of 35. So Manir, Marine, please put your number so that if anybody needs to call you, whether Manir needs to call you, but it's a problem with your device because every other person is doing the same thing. Okay. Once again, a big thank you to the team here. So Abigail, he's in Accra. Big well done to you, Abigail and Larry, out of Accra. And a big thank you to Maureen and Oinko and Esther, who have toiled and done a lot of work to get us to this particular point. So I'm great. Without all of you, we wouldn't be able to do this. And of course, to Muyewa and Bukola and Wisdom, big thank you to all of you and Bolaji, of course. So well done, everyone. They've all contributed to us holding this maiden edition of the SDG champion. So we're going to say, please make sure we have your correct email address. We're going to send the certificates to your email. We're going to send the certificates to your email as it is. So it's been great having everybody, all of you here. The interaction has been excellent, and I'm glad, and I'm hoping all of you will take this conversation forward in your so I'm going to work with the SDG office in Lagos and at the national level. Every government institution, I'm also going to work with the SDG office in Accra. Every government institution, every MDA must have people who are all SDG trained and certified. Each one, all of them, not some. All the offices of the government must have people who are SDG trained and SDG certified. They must understand these things from many perspectives. So as it is. Okay. So all of you will be able to use this logo on LinkedIn, Certified Sustainable Development Goals Champion. You're a champion for it. Also share the slides with you. You should be able to speak intelligently any and everywhere you go to. So when you get your certificate, we'll send you the soft copies. Put it out there. As it is. So thank you very much, and we look forward to further future engagement. So once again, thank you to the team that has spent all their time getting this right. Maureen, Onyiko, Abigail, Esther, Olalua, Larry, and Miwa, Bukola, Bolaji, and all the others. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. It's been my pleasure completely.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Okay, so I believe yes, I saw actually sorry.
Please, if you're yet to fill the feedback form, please do that so that I can send you the slides. You also aid assessments. Thank you.
All right, so where are the scores? I hope people have done it. Where are the scores? Where are your scores? You should be done by now. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Some people are done. Some people are done. Some people are done. Good, good, good. Sadiq, well done. Sadiq, well done. Edith, well done. Who else is done? All right, Manir, right? Mm-hmm. Olaoluwa, you're not serious. Of course, you should get 100%. Caleb, well done. 38, not bad at all. John, 37, not bad at all. Who else? Thank you very much, everyone. Please leave a comment in the chat room. How's the course been? How's it been? How's it been? Thank you. Leave a comment in the chat room, everybody. Thank you very much. We'll bring this to a close in a couple of minutes. Rita, what was your score? Everybody, please leave a comment in the chat room. Wow, Rita 43. Hey, good girl. Ferdinand 44. Wow. You've beaten the syllabus completely. Well done. Well done. Well done. We will get the certificates to you. We'll share it with you. So please others tell me your scores and also please just leave a comment. Rita, Ferdinand, how's the course been? Caleb, everybody, please leave a comment in the chat room. How's it been? What the highlights for you? Thank you very much for being here. It's our pleasure completely. Leave a comment in the chat room, everybody. Leave a comment in the chat room. All right. Thank you, Ferdinand. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been great. Thank you. It's been our pleasure to have you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Jules is here. Thank you, Edith. Thank you very much, Edith. Appreciate. Thank you. Okay. What are your scores? And give us some comments. What are your scores? Give us some comments, everybody. We will soon bring this call to a close. We will leave the assessment link up for maybe another hour or two. It's 2 p.m. in Nigeria, 1 p.m. in Ghana. All right, so we'll leave it up for a bit so that we'll allow people finish it. We'll leave it for another couple of hours and then we'll take it off. So I join you. What else? Senator, you're very active on the call. Where is Abdul? Abdul, where are you? What are your thoughts? Comments on the course and your scores. Comments on the course and your scores, everybody. Akinamala, thank you very much for this. 42, wow, you closed down the whole thing. Well done. Well done, Akinamala. That's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been great. Okay. Any other person? What are your scores, everybody? Give me your scores. Okay, let me see. Um, okay. Okay, good, good. Thank you very much, Caleb. Abdul, 44. You cleared it completely. Well done. I hope the course made some sense for you. Thank you very much. I hope this is a call to action for all of us to do more in all the places that we are. Yeah, so thank you very much for that, Abdul. As it is great. Sedator, where is your score? Where are all the others? Where are all the people from the SDG office? What are your scores? Everybody from the SDG office, what are your scores? I hope you're all done. I hope everybody. Esther, please check in the back end, extract the score, the list of the people who have done the exam as of now. We're going to bring this call to a close. People can still get another hour thereabout, maybe 2 hours to complete it, and we'll check. But before we go, please, can everybody just quickly go to the chat room? What's the highlight of this course for you? Everybody, quickly. Edward, well done. Well done. 40 over 50, not bad at all. Everybody, so what's the highlight? Thank you very much for coming. What's the highlight? Let's take some quick feedback from everybody, apart from your feedback form. Any other thoughts? Amelia is here, Fumilayo is here, Rita is here, Bukola is here, Joseph is here. I mean, we've got a lot of people here. So this is great. This is great. We're grateful to all of you. We couldn't. This course was not meant for me. It was meant for everybody. So I'm glad that you all have taken out of your busy days, um, as it is. So thank you very much, Abdul. Thank you. It's always great to work with you, to interact with you. Thank you, thank you. Oi, way, well done. You still made 70%. Not bad at all. You still made 70%. Not bad at all. Abigail, where are you? Where are your scores? Abigail, where are your scores? You still made 70%. Oi, well done. Any other person? What exactly are your thoughts? Just give us some feedback. We need to bring this call to a close now. So Lucia is here, Emilia is here, Divine, Anthony. Yes, yes, we need to bring this. Elizabeth is here, Joseph Datsy is here. We have all sorts of people here. We will bring this to a close very soon. So any other person? Any other person? Abubakar Sani is here. Where are all the SDG people? Rita, what's your score? I'm sure you passed. Innocent, what's your score? Bumi Akinlade, we have a lot of people here. Kashmir is here. Manir is here. Yes, 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 yes. Give us some comments. We need to bring this call to a close. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to join us. It's indeed our pleasure to have all of you join us on this course. You will get your certificates from us. And you can see that the questions, I mean, really shows that you're like a champion. That means a champion is somebody who is involved with advocacy. Wolasi is here. Shamsuddin is here. Na is here. Yeah, it's finished up. Please give us some comments. So give us some comments in terms of the course. Did it make sense? Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? Give us some comments as we bring this to a beautiful close. All right, as we bring this to a beautiful close. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Rita. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been great having you all here. We'll round this up about now. Any other thoughts? Any other opinion? Thank you very much. God bless you all for being a part of this. We look forward to further engagements and further interactions in the near future. Okay. As we bring this to a close. As we bring this to a close. Wow. Yeah, so 35 people have done it, which is great. Which is great. Which is great. So, okay. Maureen, are we good? So from my own end, I need to go. So everybody,
Yes, we're good, sir.
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. God bless you. Thank you, thank you. Finish your exam so that we'll get your certificate across to you by tomorrow, before Friday. We still have Thursday and Friday. Everybody who completes their exam will get their accredited certificate before the end of the week later. So thank you very much, Divine, Casmer, Anthony, Benjamin, Edward, Edith, Elizabeth, Emilia, Esther, Ferdinand, Feishayo, Fumilayo, Godwin, Adidat, John, Joseph, Larry, Na, Olaoluwa, Olubumi, Oluwaseyi, Oyin, Adebayo, Rita, Chamsuddin, Wolasi, Bukola, Innocent, Manir, Rita. All right. Thank you, Abdul, Abubakar, Sonny Adam, Anthony, Aborishade, Benjamin. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. So from me, thank you. God bless you. Thank you. See you on our webinars and some of the conversations we're going to be having in the near future. Thank you very much. God bless you. All right. Okay.
Okay, Doctor.
Okay, she wants to take a picture. So everybody, please, that's good. So please, if you don't mind, if your hair is not scattered and your camera is fine, because some people are going to want to wear their wigs once we say this. If your hair is not scattered and your camera is fine, can you please switch on your camera for a minute? We take a quick picture and we bring this to a beautiful close. Everybody that is still left here, please, Divine and Casimir, everybody, and people from the Office of the Sustainability, Sustainable Development of Lagos State, thank you very much for supporting us and being a part of this. I'm certain we'll do much more work with you in the future. Olubumi, thank you. Thank you. Everybody, please. Edward, we can't see you. Rita, thank you very much. Rita, thank you. Abdul, thank you. Who else is here, please? Fumilayo, thank you. Wow. Right. So who else is here? Who else is here? Who else is here? Please switch on your cameras. Let's do this very quickly. We'll take 1 minute and we'll get it done, and that will be it. And so that you can, I know all of you have been here all morning, so you can get some more work done for your organizations for the day, as it is. So, all right, so that you can still plan. All right. Okay, good. Are you good, Madam Marine? All right. Who else is coming up? Who else is coming up? Who else
Okay,
is coming
few
up?
more people. Okay, great. I can see
Can they
people.
come? Can they come? Let's do this. Let's do this very quickly. Right. I can see
Okay.
Joseph now. I can see Joseph now. I can still see Olubumi and a couple of others. I can see Walasi. Hey, how are you? Right. I can see Elizabeth now. Right. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. It's great having you all here. Thank you. God bless you. Have a great remaining part of your day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. God bless you. All right. Thank you. Mr. Ayokunle. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. God bless. All right, then.
Okay, bye everyone. Thank you so much.
Please, you have to.
Hmm.